The Trial, Franz Kafka, Part 3, Chapter 6. Kay's uncle, Lenny. One afternoon, Kay was very busy at the time getting the post ready. Kay's uncle Carl, a small country landowner, came into the room, pushing his way between two of the staff who were bringing in some papers. Kay had long expected his uncle to appear, but the sight of him now shocked Kay far less than the prospect of it had done a long time ago. Before his uncle was bound to come, Kay had been sure of that for about a month. He already thought at the time he could see how his uncle would arrive. Slightly bowed, his battered Panama hat in his left hand, his right hand already stretched out over the desk long before he was close enough, as he rushed carelessly towards Kay, knocking over everything that was in his way. Kay's uncle was always in a hurry, as he suffered from the unfortunate belief that he had a number of things to do while he was in the big city and had to settle all of them in one day. His visits were only ever for one day, and at the same time thought he could not forgo any conversation or piece of business or pleasure that might arise by chance. Uncle Carl was Kay's former guardian, and so Kay was duty bound to help him in all of this, as well as to offer him a bed for the night. "I'm haunted by a ghost from the country," he would say. As soon as they had greeted each other, Kay had invited him to sit in the armchair, but Uncle Carl had no time for that. He said he wanted to speak briefly with Kay in private. "It is necessary," he said with a tired gulp. "It is necessary for my peace of mind." Kay immediately sent the junior staff from the room and told them to let no one in. "What's this that I've been hearing, Joseph?" cried Kay's uncle when they were alone, as he sat on the table shoving various papers under himself without looking at them to make himself more comfortable. Kay said nothing. He knew what was coming, but suddenly relieved from the effort of the work he had been doing, he gave way to a pleasant lassitude and looked out the window at the other side of the street. From where he sat, he could see just a small triangular section of it, part of the empty walls of houses between two shop windows. "You're staring out the window," called out his uncle, raising his arms. "For God's sake, Joseph, give me an answer. Is it true? Can it really be true?" "Uncle Carl," said Kay, wrenching himself back from his daydreaming, "I really don't know what it is you want of me." "Joseph," said his uncle in a waning tone, "as far as I know, you've always told the truth. Am I to take what you've just said as a bad sign?" "I think I know what it is you want," said Kay obediently. "I expect you've heard about my trial." "That's right," answered his uncle, with a slow nod. "I've heard about your trial." "Who did you hear it from, then?" asked Kay. "Erna wrote to me," said his uncle. "She doesn't have much contact with you, it's true. You don't pay very much attention to her, I'm afraid to say, but she learned about it nonetheless." I got her letter today, and of course I came straight here, and for no other reason, but it seems to me that this is reason enough. I can read you out the part of the letter that concerns you." He drew the letter out from his wallet. "Here it is." She writes, "I have not seen Joseph for a long time. I was in the bank last week, but Joseph was so busy that they would not let me through. I waited there for nearly an hour, but then I had to go home, as I had my piano lesson. I would have liked to have spoken to him. Maybe there will be a chance another time. He sent me a big box of chocolates for my name day. That was very nice and attentive of him. I forgot to tell you about it when I wrote, and I only remember now that you asked me about it. Chocolate, as I am sure you are aware, disappears straight away in this lodging house. Almost as soon as you know somebody has given you chocolate, it is gone. But there is something else I wanted to tell you about, Joseph. Like I said, they would not let me through to see him at the bank because he was negotiating with some gentleman just then. After I had been waiting quietly for quite a long time, I asked one of the staff whether his meeting would last much longer. He said it might well do, as it was probably about the legal proceedings he said that were being conducted against him. I asked what sort of legal proceedings it was that were being conducted against the chief clerk, and whether he was not making some mistake. But he said he was not making any mistake. There were legal proceedings under way, and even that they were about something quite serious. But he did not know any more about it. He would have liked to have been of some help to the chief clerk himself, as the chief clerk was a gentleman, good and honest, but he did not know what it was he could do, and merely hoped there would be some influential gentleman who would take his side. I am sure that is what will happen, and that everything will turn out for the best in the end. But in the meantime, things do not look good at all, and you can see that from the mood of the chief clerk himself. Of course, I did not place too much importance on this conversation, and even did my best to put the bank clerk's mind at rest. He was quite a simple man. I told him he was not to speak to anyone else about this, and I think it is all just a rumor. But I still think it might be good if you, dear father, if you looked into the matter the next time you visit. It will be easy for you to find out more detail, and if it isn't really necessary to do something about it through the great and influential people you know. But if it is not necessary, and that is what seems most likely, then at least your daughter will soon have the chance to embrace you, and I look forward to it. She's a good child," says Kay's uncle, when he had finished reading, and wiped a few tears from his eyes. Kay nodded. With all the different disruptions he had had recently, he had completely forgotten about Irma. Even her birthday and the story of the chocolates had clearly just been invented so that he wouldn't get in trouble with his aunt and uncle. It was very touching, and even the theater tickets, which he would regularly send her from then on, would not be enough to repay her. But he really did not feel now that it was right for him to visit her in her lodgings and hold conversations with a little 18-year-old schoolgirl. "And what do you have to say about that?" asked his uncle, who had forgotten all his rush and excitement as he read the letter and seemed to be about to read it again. "Yes, uncle," said Kay, is true." "True!" called out his uncle. "What is true? How can this be true? What sort of trial is it? Not a criminal trial, I hope?" "It's a criminal trial," answered Kay, "and you sit here quietly here while you've got a criminal trial round your neck," shouted his uncle, getting even louder. "The more calm I am, the better it will be for the outcome," said Kay in a tired voice. "Don't worry." "How can I help worrying?" shouted his uncle. "Joseph, my dear Joseph, think about yourself, about your family, think about our good name. Up till now you've always been our pride. Don't now become our disgrace. I don't like the way you're behaving," he said, looking at Kay with his head at an angle. "That's not how an innocent man behaves when he's accused of something, not if he's still got any strength in him. Just tell me what it's all about so that I can help you. It's something to do with the bank, I take it?" "No," said Kay as he stood up. "Then you're speaking too loud, uncle. I expect one of the staff is listening at the door, and I find that rather unpleasant. It's best if we go somewhere else. Then I can answer all your questions as far as I can, and I know very well that I have to account to the family for what I do." "You certainly do," his uncle shouted. "Quite right you do. Now just get a move on, Joseph. Hurry up now." "I still have a few documents I need to prepare," said Kay, and using the intercom, he summoned his deputy, who entered a few moments later. Kay's uncle, still angry and excited, gestured with his hand to show that Kay had summoned him, even though there was no need whatsoever to do so. Kay stood in front of the desk and explained to the young man, who listened calm and attentive, what would need to be done that day in his absence. Speaking in a calm voice and making use of various documents, the presence of Kay's uncle while this was going on was quite disturbing. He did not listen to what was being said, but at first he stood there with his eyes wide open, nervously biting his lips. Then he began to walk up and down the room, stopped now and then at the window, or stood in front of a picture, always making various exclamations, such as, "That is totally incomprehensible to me," or, "Now just tell me, what are you supposed to make of that?" The young man pretended to notice nothing of this and listened to Kay's instructions through to the end. He made a few notes, bowed to both Kay and his uncle, and then left the room. Kay's uncle had turned his back to him and was looking out the window, bunching up the curtains with his outstretched hands. The door had hardly closed when he called out, "At last! Now that he's stopped jumping about, we can go too." Once they were in front of the hall of the bank, where several members of staff were standing about, and where, just then, the deputy director was walking across. There was, unfortunately, no way of stopping Kay's uncle from continually asking questions about the trial. "Now then, Joseph," he began, slightly acknowledging the bows from those around them as they passed, "tell me everything about this trial. What sort of trial is it?" Kay made a few comments, which conveyed little information, even laughed about it, and it was only when they reached the front steps that he explained to his uncle that he had not wanted to talk openly in front of those people. "Quite right," said his uncle, "but now start talking." With his head to one side and smoking his cigar in short, impatient draughts, he listened. "First of all, uncle," said Kay, "it's not a trial like you have in a normal courtroom." "So much the worse," said his uncle. "How's that?" asked Kay, looking at him. "What I mean is, that's for the worst," he repeated. They were standing on the front steps of the bank, as the doorkeeper seemed to be listening to what they were saying. Kay drew his uncle down further, where they were absorbed into the bustle of the street. His uncle took Kay's arm and stopped asking questions with such urgency about the trial. They walked on for a while in silence. "But how did all this come about?" he asked eventually, stopping abruptly enough to startle the people walking behind, who had to avoid walking into him. "Things like this don't come all of a sudden. They start developing a long time beforehand. There must have been warning signs of it. Why didn't you write to me? You know I'd do anything for you. To some extent I am still your guardian, and until today that's something I was proud of. I'll still help you, of course I will. Only now that the trial is already under way, it makes it very difficult. But whatever the best thing now is for you to take a short holiday, staying with us in the country. You've lost weight. I can see that now. The country life will give you strength. That will be good. There's bound to be a lot of hard work ahead of you. But besides that, it'll be a way of getting you away from the court, to some extent. Here, they've got every means of showing the powers at their disposal, and they're automatically bound to use them against you. In the country, they'll either have to delegate authority to different bodies, or just have to try and bother you by letter, telegram, or telephone. And that's bound to weaken the effect. It won't release you from them, but it'll give you room to breathe." "You could forbid me to leave," said Kay, who had been drawn silently into his uncle's way of thinking by what he had been saying. "I didn't think you would do it," said his uncle thoughtfully. "You won't suffer too much loss of power by moving away." Kay grasped his uncle under the arm to prevent him stopping still, and said, "I thought you'd think all this is less important than I do, and now you're taking it so hard." "Joseph," called his uncle, trying to disentangle himself from him, so that he could stop walking, but Kay did not let go. "You've completely changed. You used to be so astute. Are you losing it now? Do you want to lose the trial? Do you realize what that would mean? That would mean you would be simply destroyed, and that everyone you know would be pulled down with you, or at the very least humiliated, disgraced, right down to the ground. Joseph, pull yourself together. The way you're so indifferent about it, it's driving me mad. Look at you. I can almost believe that old saying, having a trial like that means losing a trial like that." "My dear uncle," said Kay, "it would do itty good to get excited. It's no good for you to do it, and it'd be no good for me to do it. The case won't be won by getting excited, and please admit that my practical experience counts for something. Just as I have always and still do respect your experience, even when it surprises me. You say that the family will also be affected by this trial. I really can't see how, but that's beside the point, and I'm quite willing to follow your instruction in all of this. Only I don't see any advantage in staying in the country, not even for you, as that would indicate flight and a sense of guilt. And besides, although I am more subject to persecution if I stay in the city, I can also press the matter forward better here. You're right, said his uncle, in a tone that seemed to indicate that they were finally coming closer to each other. I just made this suggestion because as I saw it, if you stay in the city, the case will be put in danger by your indifference to it, and I thought it was better if I did the work for you. But will you push things forward yourself with all your strength? If so, that will naturally be far better. We're agreed then, said Kay. And do you have any suggestions for what I should do next? Well, naturally, I'll have to think about it, said his uncle. You must bear in mind that I've been living in the country for 20 years now, almost without a break. You lose your ability to deal with matters like this. But I do have some important connections with several people who I expect know their way around these things better than I do, and to contact them is a matter of course. Out there in the country, I've been getting out of condition. I'm sure you're already aware of that. It's only at times like this that you notice it yourself. And this affair of yours came largely unexpected, although oddly enough I had expected something of the sort after I'd read Erna's letter, and today when I saw your face I knew it with almost total certainty. But all that is by the by. The important thing now is we have no time to lose. Even while he was still speaking, Kay's uncle had stood on tiptoe to summon a taxi, and now he pulled Kay into the car behind himself as he called out an address to the driver. We're going now to see Dr. Hould, the lawyer, he said. We were at school together. I'm sure you know the name, don't you? No? Oh, well, that's odd. He's got a very good reputation as a defense barrister, and for working with the poor. But I esteem him, especially as someone you can trust. It's all right with me. Whatever you do, said Kay, although he was made uneasy by the rushed and urgent way his uncle was dealing with the matter. It was not very encouraging, as the accused be to taken to a lawyer for poor people. I didn't know, he said, that you could take on a lawyer in matters like this. Well, of course you can, said his uncle. That goes without saying. Why wouldn't you take on a lawyer? And now, so that I am properly instructed in this matter, tell me what's been happening so far. Kay instantly began telling his uncle about what had been happening, holding nothing back. Being completely open with him was the only way that Kay could protest at his uncle's belief that the trial was a great disgrace. He mentioned Miss Bursner's name just once, and in passing, But that did nothing to diminish his openness about the trial, as Miss Bursner had no connection with it. As he spoke, he looked out the window and saw how just then they were getting closer to the suburb where the court offices were. He drew this to his uncle's attention, but he did not find the coincidence especially remarkable. The taxi stopped in front of a dark building. Kay's uncle knocked at the very first door at the ground level. While they waited, he smiled, showing his big teeth, and whispered, 8 o'clock. Not the usual sort of time to be visiting a lawyer, but Hold won't mind it from me. Two large black eyes appeared in the spy hatch in the door. They stared at the two visitors for a while and then disappeared. The door, however, did not open. Kay and his uncle confirmed to each other the fact that they had seen the two eyes. "A new maid, afraid of strangers," said Kay's uncles, and knocked again. The eyes appeared once more. This time they seemed almost sad, but the open glass flame that burned with a hiss close above their heads gave off little light, and that may have merely created an illusion. "Open the door," called Kay's uncle, raising his fist against it. "We are friends of Dr. Hould, the lawyer." "Dr. Hould is ill," whispered someone behind them. In a doorway, the far end of the narrow passage, stood a man in his dressing gown, giving them this information in an extremely quiet voice. Kay's uncle, who had already been made very angry by the long wait, turned abruptly round and retorted, "Ill? You say he's ill?" and strode towards the gentleman in a way that seemed almost threatening, as if he were the illness himself. "They've opened the door for you now," said the gentleman, pointing at the door of the lawyer. He pulled his dressing gown together and disappeared. The door had indeed been opened. A young girl, Kay recognized the dark, slightly bulging eyes, stood in the hallway in a long white apron, holding a candle in her hand. "Next time, open up sooner," said Kay's uncle, instead of a greeting, while the girl made a slight curtsy. "Come along, Joseph," he then said to Kay, who was slowly moving over towards the girl. "Dr. Hould is unwell," said the girl, as Kay's uncle, without stopping, rushed towards one of the doors. Kay continued to look at the girl in amazement as she turned round to block the way into the living room. She had a round face, like a puppy's. Not only the pale cheeks and the chin were round, but the temples and the hairline were too. "Joseph!" called his uncle once more, and he asked the girl, "It's trouble with his heart, is it?" "I think it is, sir," said the girl, who by now had found time to go ahead with the candle and open the door into the room. In one corner of the room, where the light of the candle did not reach, a face with a long beard looked up from the bed. "Lenny, who's this comin' in?" asked the lawyer, unable to recognize his guest because he was dazzled by the candle. "It's your old friend, Albert," said Kay's uncle. "Oh, Albert!" said the lawyer, falling back onto his pillow, as if this visit meant he would not need to keep up appearances. Is it really as bad as that? Asked Kay's uncle, sitting on the edge of the bed. I don't believe it is. It's a reoccurrence of your heart trouble, and it'll pass like the other times. Maybe, said the lawyer quietly, but it's just as much trouble as it's ever been. I can hardly breathe. I can't sleep at all, and I'm getting weaker by the day. I see, said Kay's uncle, pressing his Panama hat firmly against his knee with his big hand. That is bad news. But are you getting the right sort of care? And it's so depressing in here. It's so dark. It's a long time since I was last here, but it seemed to me friendlier then. Even your young lady here doesn't seem to have much life in her, unless she's just pretending. The maid was still standing by the door with the candle as far as could be made out. She was watching Kay more than she was watching his uncle, even while the latter was still speaking about her. Kay leant against a chair that he had pushed near to the girl. When you're as ill as I am, said the lawyer, you need to have peace. I don't find it depressing. After a short pause, he added, and Linny looks after me well. She's a good girl. But that was not enough to persuade Kay's uncle. He had visibly taken against his friend's care, and even though he did not contradict the invalid, he persecuted her with his scowl as she went over to the bed, put the candle on the bedside table, and, leaning over the bed, made a fuss of him by tidying the pillows. Kay's uncle nearly forgot the need to show any consideration for the man who lay ill in bed. He stood up, walked up and down behind the carer, and Kay would not have been surprised if he had grabbed hold of her skirts behind her and dragged her away from the bed. Kay himself looked on calmly. He was not even disappointed at finding the lawyer unwell. He had been able to do nothing to impose the enthusiasm his uncle had developed for the matter. He was glad that this enthusiasm had now been distracted without his having to do anything about it. His uncle, probably simply wishing to be offensive to the lawyer's attendant, then said, young lady, now please leave us alone for a while. I have some personal matters to discuss with my friend. Dr. Hould's carer was still leant far over the invalid's bed, and smoothing out her cloth covering the wall next to it. She merely turned her head, and then, in striking contrast with the anger that first stopped Kay's uncle from speaking and then let the words out in a gush, she said very quietly, you can see that Dr. Hould is so ill that he can't discuss any matters at all. It was probably just for the sake of convenience that she had repeated the words spoken by Kay's uncle, but an onlooker might even have perceived it as mocking him, and he, of course, jumped up as if he had just been stabbed. You damned! In the first gurgling of his excitement his words could hardly be understood. Kay was startled, even though he had been expecting something of the sort, and ran to his uncle with the intention, no doubt, of closing his mouth with both hands. Fortunately, though, Behind the girl, the invalid raised himself up. Kay's uncle made an ugly face as if swallowing something disgusting, and then, somewhat calmer, said, "We have naturally not lost our senses. Not yet. If what I am asking for were not possible, I would not be asking for it. Now please go." The carer stood up straight by the bed, directly facing Kay's uncle. Kay thought he noticed that with one hand she was stroking the lawyer's hand. "You can say anything in front of Lenny," said the invalid, in a tone that was unmistakably imploring. "It's not my business," said Kay's uncle, "and it's not my secrets." Then he twisted himself round, as if wanting to go into no more negotiations, but giving himself a little more time to think. "Whose business is it, then?" asked the lawyer in an exhausted voice as he leant back again. "My nephew's," said Kay's uncle, "and I've brought him along with me." And he introduced himself. "Chief Clerk Joseph Kay." "Oh," said the invalid, now with much more life in him, and reached out his hand towards Kay. "Do forgive me. I didn't notice you there at all." When he then said to his carer, "Lenny, go," stretching his hand out to her as if this were a farewell that would at last have to last for a long time. This time the girl offered no resistance. "So you," he finally said to Kay's uncle, who had also calmed down and stepped closer, "you haven't come to visit me because I'm ill, but you've come on business." The lawyer now looked so much stronger that it seemed the idea of being visited because he was ill had somehow made him weak. He remained supporting himself of one elbow, which must have been rather tiring, and continually pulled at a lock of hair in the middle of his beard. "You already look much better," said Kay's uncle. "Now that that witch has gone outside," he interrupted himself, whispered, "I bet you she's listening," and sprang over to the door, but behind the door there was no one. Kay's uncle came back not disappointed, as her not listening seemed to him worse than if she had been, but probably somewhat embittered. "You're mistaken about her," said the lawyer, but did nothing more to defend her. Perhaps that was his way of indicating that she did not need defending. But in a tone that was much more committed he went on, "As far as your nephew's affairs are concerned, this will be an extremely difficult undertaking, and I'd count myself lucky if my strength lasted out long enough for it. I'm greatly afraid it won't do. But away, I don't want to leave anything untried. If I don't last out, you can always get somebody else. To be honest, this matters interest me too much, and I can't bring myself to give up the chance of taking some part in it. If my heart does totally give out, then at least it will have found a worthy affair to fall in." Kay believed he understood not a word of this entire speech. He looked at his uncle for an explanation, but his uncle sat on the bedside table with a candle in his hand. A medicine bottle had rolled off the table onto the floor. He nodded to everything the lawyer said. agreed to everything, and now and then looked at Kay, urging him to show the same compliance. Maybe Kay's uncle had already told the lawyer about the trial, but that was impossible. Everything that had happened so far spoke against it. So he said, "I don't understand." "Well, maybe I've misunderstood what you've been saying," said the lawyer, just as astonished and embarrassed as Kay. "Perhaps I've been going too fast. What was it you wanted to speak to me about? I thought it was to do with your trial." "Oh, of course it is," said Kay's uncle, who then asked Kay, "So what is it you want?" "Yes, but how is it that you know anything about me and my case?" asked Kay. "Oh, I see," said the lawyer with a smile. "I am a lawyer. I move in court circles. People talk about various different cases, and the more interesting ones stay in your mind, especially when they concern the nephew of a friend. There's nothing very remarkable about that." "What is it you want, then?" asked Kay's uncle once more. "You seem so uneasy about it." "You move in this court's circles?" asked Kay. "Yes," said the lawyer. "You're asking questions like a child," said Kay's uncle. "What circles should I move in, then, if not with members of my own discipline?" The lawyer added. It sounded so indisputable that Kay gave no answer at all. "But you work in the High Court, not that court in the attic," he had wanted to say, but could not bring himself to actually utter it. "You have to realize," the lawyer continued, in a tone as if he were explaining something obvious, unnecessary, and incidental, "you have to realize that I also derive great advantage from my clients for mixing with those people, and do so in many different ways. It's not something you can keep talking about all the time. I'm at a bit of a disadvantage now, of course, because of my illness, but I still get visits from some good friends of mine at the court, and I learn one or two things. It might even be that I learn more than many of those who are in the best of health and spend all day in court. And I'm receiving a very welcome visit right now, for instance." And he pointed into a dark corner of the room. "Where?" asked Kay, almost uncouth in his surprise. He looked round uneasily. The little candle gave off far too little light to reach as far as the wall opposite. And then something did indeed begin to move there in the corner. In the light of the candle held up by Kay's uncle, an elderly gentleman could be seen sitting beside a small table. He had been sitting there for so long without being noticed that he could hardly have been breathing. Now he stood up, with a great deal of fuss, clearly unhappy that attention had been drawn to him. It was as if by flapping his hands about like short wings he hoped to deflect any introductions and greetings, as if he wanted on no account to disturb the others by his presence, and seemed to be exhorting them to leave him back in the dark and forget about his being there. That, however, was something that could no longer be granted to him. "You took us by surprise, you see," said the lawyer in explanation. cheerfully indicating to the gentleman that he should come closer, which slowly, hesitatingly, looking all around him, but with a certain dignity, he did. The office director. Oh yes, forgive me, I haven't introduced you. This is my friend Albert K. This is his nephew, the chief clerk, Joseph K. And this is the office director. So the office director was kind enough to pay me a visit. It's only possible to appreciate just how valuable a visit like this is if you've been let into the secret of what a pile of work the office director has heaped over him. Well, he came anyway. We were having a peaceful chat, as far as I was able when I'm so weak. And although we hadn't told Lenny she mustn't let anyone in as we weren't expecting anyone, we still would rather have remained alone. But then along came you, Albert, thumping your fist on the door. The office director moved over into the corner, pulling his table and chair with him. But now it turns out we might have, that is, if that's what you wish, we might have something to discuss with each other, and it would be good if we can all come back together again. Office director, he said, with his head on one side, pointing with a humble smile to an armchair near the bed. I'm afraid I'll only be able to stay a few minutes more, smiled the office director as he spread himself out in the chair and looked at the clock. Business calls, but I wouldn't want to miss the chance of meeting a friend of mine here. He inclined his head slightly towards Kay's uncle, who seemed very happy with his new acquaintance, but he was not the sort of person to express his feelings of difference, and responded to the officer director's words with embarrassed but loud laughter. A horrible sight. Kay was able to quietly watch everything as nobody paid any attention to him. The officer director took over as leader of the conversation, as seemed to be his habit once he had been called forward. The lawyer listened attentively, with his hand to his ear, his initial weakness having perhaps only had the function of driving away his new visitors. Kay's uncle served as candle bearer, balancing the candle on his thigh, while the office director frequently glanced nervously at it, and was soon free of his embarrassment, and was quickly enchanted not only by the officer director's speaking manner, but also by the gentle waving hand movements with which he accompanied it. Kay, leaning against the bedpost, was totally ignored by the office director, perhaps deliberately, and served the old man only as audience. And besides, he had hardly any idea what the conversation was about, and his thoughts soon turned to the care assistant and the ill treatment she had suffered from his uncle. Soon after, he began to wonder whether he had not seen the office director somewhere before, perhaps among the people who were at his first hearing. He may have been mistaken, but thought the office director might well have been among the old gentlemen with the thin beards in the first row. There was then a noise that everyone heard from the hallway, as if something of porcelain were being broken. "I'll go and see what's happened," said Kay, who slowly left the room, as if giving the others the chance to stop him. He had hardly stepped into the hallway, finding his bearings in the darkness, with his hand still firmly holding a door, when another small hand, much smaller than Kay's own, placed itself on his and gently shut the door. It was the carer who had been waiting there. "Nothing has happened," she whispered to him. "I just threw a plate against the wall to get you out of there." "I was thinking about you as well," replied Kay uneasily. "So much the better," said the carer. "Come with me." A few steps along they came to a frosted glass door, which the carer opened for him. "Come in here," she said. It was clearly the lawyer's office, fitted out with old, heavy furniture as far as could be seen in the moonlight, which now illuminated just a small rectangular section of the floor by each of the three big windows. "This way," said the carer, pointing to a dark trunk with a carved wooden backrest. When he had sat down, Kay continued to look round the room. It was a large room with a high ceiling. The clients of this lawyer for the poor must have felt quite lost in it. Kay thought he could see the little steps with which visitors would approach the massive desk. But then he forgot about all of this, and had eyes only for the carer, who sat very close behind him, almost pressing him against the armrest. "I did think," she said, "you would come out here to me by yourself, with me having to call you first. It was odd. First you stare at me as soon as you came in, and then you keep me waiting. And you ought to call me Lenny, too," she added quickly and suddenly, as if no moment of this conversation should be lost. "Gladly," said Kay, "but as for its being odd, Lenny, that's easy to explain. Firstly, I had to listen to what the old men were saying and couldn't leave without a good reason. But secondly, I'm not a bold person. If anything, I'm quite shy. And you, Lenny, you didn't really look like you could be won over in one stroke, either." "That's not it," said Lenny, laying one arm on the armrest and looking at Kay. "You didn't like me, and I don't suppose you like me now, either." "Liking wouldn't be very much," said Kay. "Oh!" she exclaimed with a smile, thus making use of Kay's comment to gain advantage over him. So Kay remained silent for a moment. By now he had become used to the darkness in the room, and was able to make out various fixtures and fittings. He was especially impressed by a large picture hanging to the right of the door. He leaned forward in order to see it better. It depicted a man wearing a judge's robes. He was sitting on a lofty throne, gilded in a way that shone forth from the picture. The odd thing about the picture was that this judge was not sitting there in dignified calm, but had his left arm pressed against the back and armrest. His right arm, however, was completely free, and only grasped the armrest with his hand, as if about to jump up any moment and vigorous outrage and make some decisive comment or even to pass sentence. The accused was probably meant to be imagined at the foot of the steps, the top one of which could be seen in the picture covered with a yellow carpet. "That might be my judge," said Kay, pointing to the picture with one finger. "I know him," said Lenny, looking up at the picture. "He comes here quite often. That picture is from when he was young, but he can never have looked anything like it, as he's tiny, minute almost, but despite that he had himself made to look bigger in the picture, as he's madly vain, just like everyone round here. But even I'm vain, and that makes me very unhappy that you don't like me." Kay replied to that last comment merely by embracing Lenny, and drawing her towards him, she lay her head quietly on his shoulder. To the rest of it, though, he said, "What rank is he?" "He's an examining judge," she said, taking hold of the hand with which Kay held her, and playing with his fingers. "Just an examining judge once again," said Kay in disappointment. "The senior officials keep themselves hidden. But here he is sitting on a throne." "That's all just made up," said Lenny, with her face bent over Kay's hand. "Really, he's sitting on a kitchen chair with an old horse blanket folded over it. But do you have to be always thinking about your trial?" she added slowly. "No, not at all," said Kay. "I probably even think too little about it." "That's not the mistake you're making," said Lenny. "You're too unyielding. That's what I've heard." "Who said that?" asked Kay. He felt her body against his chest, and looked down on her rich, dark, tightly bound hair. "I'd be saying too much if I told you that," answered Lenny. "Please don't ask for names, but do stop making these mistakes of yours. Stop being so unyielding. There's nothing you can do to defend yourself from this court. You have to confess. So confess to them as soon as you get the chance. It's only then that they give you the chance to get away. Not till then. Only without help from outside, even that's impossible. But you needn't worry about getting this help, as I want to help you myself. You understand a lot about this court, and what sort of tricks are needed," said Kay, as he lifted her, since she was pressing in much too close to him on his lap. "That's all right, then," she said, and made herself comfortable on his lap by smoothing out her skirt and adjusting her blouse. Then she hung both her arms around his neck, leant back, and took a long look at him. "And what if I don't confess? Could you not help me then?" asked Kay, to test her out. "I'm accumulating women to help me," he thought to himself, almost in amazement. "First Miss Bosner, then the court usher's wife, and now this little care assistant, who seems to have some incomprehensible need for me. The way she sits on my lap as if it were her proper place." "No," answered Linley, slowly shaking her head, "I couldn't help you then. But you don't want my help anyway. It means nothing to you. You're too stubborn and won't be persuaded." Then after a while she asked, "Do you have a lover?" "No," said Kay. "Oh, you must have." "Well, I really just think I even betrayed her while I'm carrying her photograph with me. Lenny insisted he show her a photograph of Elsa, and then, hunched on his lap, studied the picture closely. The photograph was not one that had been taken while Elsa was posing for it. It showed her just after she had been in a wild dance, such as she liked to do in wine bars. Her skirt was still flung out as she spun round. She had placed her hands on her firm hips, and with her neck held taut, looked to one side with a laugh. You could not see from the picture whom her laugh was intended for. She "She's very tightly laced," said Lenny, pointing to the place where she thought she could be seen. "I don't like her. She's clumsy and crude, but maybe she's gentle and friendly towards you. That's the impression you get from the picture. Big strong girls like that often don't know how to be anything but gentle and friendly. Would she be capable of sacrificing herself for you, though?" "No," said Kay. "She isn't gentle or friendly. And now would she be capable of sacrificing herself for me? But I've never yet asked any of those things of her. I've never looked at this picture as closely as you." "You can't think much of her, then? She can't be your lover after all." "Yes, she is," said Kay. "I'm not going to take my word back on that." "Well, she might be your lover now, then," said Lenny, "but you wouldn't miss her much if you lost her. Or if you exchanged her for someone else, me, for instance." "That is certainly conceivable," said Kay, with a smile. "But she does have one major advantage over you. She knows nothing about my trial, and even if she did she wouldn't think about it. She wouldn't try to persuade me to be less unyielding." "Well, that's no advantage," said Lenny. "If she's got no advantage other than that, I can keep on hoping." "Has she got any bodily defects?" "Bodily defects?" asked Kay. "Yeah," said Lenny, "as I do have a bodily defect, just a little one. Look." She spread the middle and ring fingers of her right hand apart from each other. Between those fingers the flap of skin connecting them reached up almost as far as the top joint of the little finger. In the darkness Kay did not see at first what it was she was wanting to show him, so she led his hand to it so that he could feel. "What a freak of nature!" said Kay, and when he had taken a look at the whole hand he added, "What a pretty claw!" Lenny looked on with a kind of pride, as Kay repeatedly opened and closed her two fingers in amazement, until finally he briefly kissed them and let go. "Oh!" she immediately exclaimed, "you kissed me!" Hurriedly, and with her mouth open, she clambered up Kay's lap with her knees. He was almost aghast as he looked up at her. Now that she was so close to him, there was a bitter, irritating smell from her like pepper. She grasped his head, leant out over him, and bit and kissed his neck, even biting into his hair. "I've taken her place," she exclaimed from time to time. "Just look, now you've taken me inside of her." Just then her knee slipped out, and with a little cry she nearly fell down onto the carpet. Kay tried to hold her by putting his arm around her, and was pulled down with her. "Now you're mine," said she. Her last words to him as he left were, "Here's the key to the door. Come whenever you want." As she planted an undirected kiss on his back when he stepped out the front door, there was a light rain falling. He was about to go to the middle of the street to see if he could still glimpse Lenny at the window when Kay's uncle leapt out of a car that Kay, thinking of other things, had not seen waiting outside the building. He took hold of Kay by both arms and shoved him against the door as if he wanted to nail him to it. "Young man," he shouted, "how could you do a thing like that? Things were going well with this business of yours. Now you've caused it terrible damage. You slope off with some dirty little thing who, moreover, is obviously the lawyer's beloved, and stay away for hours. You don't even try to find an excuse. Don't try to hide anything. No, you're quite open about it. You run off with her and stay there. And meanwhile we're sitting there, your uncle who's going to such effort for you, the lawyer who needs to be won over to your side, and above all the office director, a very important gentleman who is in direct command of your affair in its present stage. We wanted to discuss how best to help you. I had to handle the lawyer very carefully. He had to handle the officer director carefully. And you had most reason of all to at least give me some support. Instead of which you stay away. Eventually we couldn't keep up the pretense any longer, but these are polite and highly capable men. They didn't say anything about it, so as to spare my feelings, but in the end not even they could continue to force themselves, and as they couldn't speak about the matter in hand, they became silent. We sat there for several minutes, listening to whether you wouldn't finally come back, all in vain. In the end the office director stood up, as he had stayed far longer than he had originally intended, made his farewell, looked at me in sympathy without being able to help. He waited at the door for a long time, although it's more than I can understand why he was being so good, and then he went. I, of course, was glad he'd gone. I'd been holding my breath all this time. All this had even more effect on the lawyer lying there ill. When I took my leave of him, the good man, he was quite unable to speak. You have probably contributed to his total collapse, and so brought the very man who you are dependent on closer to his death. And me, your own uncle, you leave me here in the rain. Just feel this. I'm wet right through, waiting here for hours, sick with worry. Chapter 7. Lawyer, manufacturer, painter. One winter morning, snow was falling in the dull light outside. Kay was sitting in his office, already extremely tired despite the early hour. He had told the servitor he was engaged in a major piece of work, and none of the junior staff should be allowed in to see him, so he would not be disturbed by them at least. But instead of working, he turned round in his chair, slowly moved various items around his desk, but then, without being aware of it, he lay his arm stretched out on the desk-top, and sat there immobile with his head sunk down on his chest. He was no longer able to get through the thought of the trial out of his head. He had often wondered whether it might not be a good idea to work out a written defense and hand it in to the court. It would contain a short description of his life, and explain why he had acted the way he had at each event that was in any way important. Whether he now considered he had acted well or ill, and his reason for each. There was no doubt of the advantages a written defense of this sort would have over relying on the lawyer, who was anyway, notwithstanding his shortcomings. Kay had no idea what actions the lawyer was taking. It was certainly not a lot. It was more than a month since the lawyer had summoned him, and none of the previous discussions had given Kay the impression that this man would be able to do much for him. Most importantly, he had asked him hardly any questions, and there were so many questions here to be asked. Asking questions were the most important thing. Kay had the feeling that he would be able to ask all the questions needed here himself. The lawyer, in contrast, did not ask questions, but did all the talking himself, or sat silently facing him, leant forward slightly over the desk, probably because he was hard of hearing, pulled on a strand of hair in the middle of his beard, and looked down at the carpet, perhaps at the very spot where Kay had lain with Lenny. Now and then he would give Kay some vague warning of the sort you give to children. His speeches were as pointless as they were boring, and Kay decided that when the final bill came, he would pay not a penny for them. Once the lawyer thought he had humiliated Kay sufficiently, he usually started something that would raise his spirits again. He had already, he would then say, won many such cases, partly or in whole cases which may not really have been as difficult as this one, but which, on the face of it, had even less hope of success. He had a list of these cases here in the drawer. Here he would tap on one or other of the drawers in his desk, but could unfortunately not show them to Kay, as they dealt with official secrets. Nonetheless, the great experience he had acquired through all these cases would, of course, be of benefit to Kay. He had, of course, begun work straight away, and was nearly ready to submit the first documents. They would be very important, because the first impression made by the defense will often determine the whole course of the proceedings. Unfortunately, though, he would still have to make it clear to Kay that the first documents submitted are sometimes not even read by the court. They simply put them with the other documents and point out that, for the time being, questioning and observing the accused are much more important than anything written. If the applicant becomes insistent, then they add that before they come to any decision, as soon as all the material has been brought together, with due regard, of course, to all the documents, then these first documents to have been submitted will also be checked over. But unfortunately, even this is not usually true. The first documents submitted are usually mislaid or completely, and even if they do keep them right to the end, they are hardly read, although the lawyer only knew about this from rumor. This is all very regrettable, but not entirely without its justifications. But Kay should not forget that the trial would not be public. If the court deemed it necessary, it can be made public, but there is no law that says it has to be. As soon the accused and his defense don't have access even to the court records, and especially not to the indictment. And that means we generally don't know, or at least not precisely, what the first documents need to be about. Which means that if they do contain anything of relevance to the case, it only by a lucky coincidence. If anything about the individual charges and the reasons for them come out clearly or can be guessed at while the accused is being questioned, then it's possible to work out and submit documents that really direct the issue and present proof, but not before. Conditions like this, of course, place the defense in a very unfavorable and difficult position. But that is what they intend. In fact, defense is not really allowed under the law. It's only tolerated, and there is even some dispute about whether the relevant parts of the law imply even that. So strictly speaking, there is no such thing as a counsel acknowledged by the court, and anyone who comes before this court as counsel is basically no more than a barrack room lawyer. The effect of all of this, of course, is to remove the dignity of the whole procedure. The next time K is in the court offices, he might like to have a look in at the lawyer's room, just so that he's seen it. He might well be quite shocked by the people he sees assembled there. The room they've been allocated, with its narrow space and low ceilings, will be enough to show what contempt the court has for these people. The only light in the room comes through a little window that is so high up that, if you want to look out of it, you first have to get one of your colleagues to support you on his back. And even then the smoke from the chimney just in front of it will go up your nose and make your face black. In the floor of this room, to give yet another example of the conditions there is a hole that's been there for more than a year. It's not so big that a man could fall through, but it is big enough for your foot to disappear through it. The lawyer's room is on the second floor of the attic. If your foot does go through, it will hang down into the first floor of the attic underneath it and right in the corridor where the litigants are waiting. It's no exaggeration when lawyers say that conditions like that are a disgrace. Complaints to the management don't have the slightest effect, but the lawyers are strictly forbidden to alter anything in the room at their own expense. But even treating the lawyers in this way has its reasons. They won't, as far as possible, to prevent any kind of defense. Everything should be made the responsibility of the accused. No, a bad point of view, basically. But nothing could be more mistaken than to think that the lawyers are not necessary for the accused in the court. On the contrary, there is no court where they are less needed than here. This is because proceedings are generally kept secret, not only from the public, but also from the accused. Only as far as that is possible, of course, but it is possible to a very large extent. And the accused doesn't get to see the court records either, and it's very difficult to infer what's in the court records from what's been said during questioning based on them, especially for the accused, who is in a difficult situation and is faced with every possible worry to distract him. This is when the defense begins. Counsel for the defense are not normally allowed to be present while the accused is being questioned, so afterwards, and if possible, still at the door of the interview room, he has to learn what he can about it from him and extract whatever he can that might be of use, even though what the accused has to report is often very confused. But that is not the most important thing, as there's really not a lot that can be learned in this way, although in this, as with anything else, a competent man will learn more than another. Nonetheless, the most important thing is the lawyer's personal connection. That's where the real value of taking counsel lies. Now Kay, with most likely have already learned from his own experience that, among its very lowest orders, the court organization does have its imperfections. The court is strictly closed to the public, but staff who forget their duty or who take bribes do, to some extent, show where the gaps are. This is where most lawyers will push their way in. This is where bribes are paid and information extracted. There have even, in earlier times at least, been incidents where documents have been stolen. There's no denying that some surprisingly favorable results have been attained for the accused in this way for a limited time, and these petty advocates then strut to and fro on the basis of them and attract new clients. But for the further course of the proceedings, it signifies either nothing or nothing good. The only thing of real value are honest personal contacts, contacts with higher officials, albeit higher officials of the lower grades, you understand. That is the only way the progress of the trial can be influenced. Hardly noticeable at first, it's true, but from then on it becomes more and more visible. There are, of course, not many lawyers who can do this, and Kay has made a very good choice in this matter. There were probably no more than one or two who had as many contacts as Dr. Hold, but they don't bother with the company of the lawyer's room and have nothing to do with it. This means they have all the less contact with the court officials. It is not at all necessary for Dr. Hould to go to the court, wait in the ante-rooms for the examining judges to turn up. If they turn up and try to achieve something which, according to the judge's mood, is usually more apparent than real, and most often not even that. No, Kay has seen for himself that the court officials, including some who are quite high up, come forward without being asked, are glad to give information which is fully open or at least easy to understand. They discuss the next stages in the proceedings. In fact, in some cases, they can be won over and are quite willing to adopt the other person's point of view. However, when this happens, you should never trust them too far, as However firmly they may have declared this new point of view in favor of the defendant, they might well go straight back to their offices and write a report for the court that says just the opposite, and might well be even harder on the defendant than the original view, the one they insist they've been fully dissuaded from. Then, of course, there's no way of defending yourself from this. Something said in private is indeed in private, and cannot then be used in public. It's not something that makes it easy for the defense to keep those gentlemen's favor. On the other hand, it's also true that the gentlemen don't become involved with the defense, which will, of course, be done with great expertise, just for philanthropic reasons, or in order to be friendly. In some respects, it would be truer to say that they, too, have it allocated to them. This is where the disadvantages of a court structure that, right from the start, stipulates that all proceedings take place in private, come into force. In normal, mediocre trials, its officials have contact with the public, and they're very well equipped for it. But here they don't. Normal trials run their course all by themselves almost, and just need a nudge here and there. But when they're faced with the cases that are especially difficult, they're as lost as they often are with ones that are very simple. They're forced to spend all their time, day and night, with their laws, and so they don't have the right feel for human relationships, and that's a serious shortcoming in cases like this. That's when they come for advice to the lawyer, with a servant behind them carrying the documents, which normally are kept so secret. You could have seen many gentlemen at this window, gentlemen of whom you would least expect it, staring out this window in despair on the street below, while the lawyer is at his desk studying the documents so that he can give them good advice. And at times like that, it's also possible to see how exceptionally seriously these gentlemen take their professions, and how they are thrown into great confusion by difficulties which it's just not in their natures to overcome. But they're not in an easy position to regard their position as easy, and would be to do them an injustice. The different ranks and hierarchies of the court are endless, and even someone who knows his way around them cannot always tell what's going to happen. But even for the junior officials, the proceedings in the courtrooms are usually kept secret, so they are hardly able to see how the cases they work with proceed. Court affairs appear in their range of vision, often without their knowing where they come from, and they move on further without their learning where they go. So civil servants like this are not able to learn the things you can learn from studying the successive stages that individual trials go through. The first final verdict, or the reason for it, they're only allowed to deal with that part of the trial which the law allocates them, and they usually know less about the results of their work after it's left them than the defense does, even though the defense will usually stay in contact with the accused until the trial is nearly at its end, so that the court official can learn many useful things from the defense. Bearing all this in mind, does it still surprise Kay that the officials are irritated and often express themselves about the litigants in unflattering ways, which is an experience shared by everyone? All the officials are irritated, even when they appear calm. This causes many difficulties for the junior advocates, of course. There is a story, for instance, that has very much the ring of truth about it. It goes like this. One of the older officials, a good and peaceful man, was dealing with a difficult matter for the court, which had become very confused, especially thanks to the contributions from the lawyers. He had been studying it for a day and a night without a break. As these officials are indeed hard working, no one worked as hard as they do. When it was nearly morning, and he had been working for 24 hours with probably very little result, he went to the front entrance, waited there in ambush, and every time a lawyer tried to enter the building, he would throw him down the steps. The lawyers gathered together down in front of the steps and discussed with each other what they should do. On the one hand, they had actually no right to be allowed into the building, so that there was hardly anything that they could legally do to the official, and, as I've already mentioned, they would have to be careful not to set all the officials against them. On the other hand, any day not spent in court is a day lost for them, and it was a matter of some importance to force their way inside. In the end, they agreed that they would try to tire out the old man. One lawyer after another was sent up to run up the steps and let himself be thrown down again, offering what resistance he could as long as it was passive resistance and his colleagues would catch him at the bottom of the steps. That went on for about an hour until the old gentleman, who was already exhausted from working all night, was very tired and went back to his office. Those who were at the bottom of the steps could not believe it at first, so they sent somebody out to go and look behind the door to see if there really was no one there, and only then did they all gather together, and probably didn't even dare to complain, as it's far from being the lawyer's job to introduce any improvements in our court system, or even to want to. Even the most junior lawyer can understand the relationship there to some extent. But one significant point is that almost every defendant, even very simple people, begins to think of suggestions for improving the court as soon as proceedings have begun. Many of them often even spend time and energy on the matter that could be spent far better elsewhere. The only right thing to do is to learn how to deal with the situation as it is. Even if it were possible to improve any detail of it, which is anyway no more than superstitious nonsense, the best that they could achieve, although doing themselves incalculable harm in the process, is that they will have attracted the special attention of the officials for any case that comes up in the future, and the officials are always ready to seek revenge. Never attract attention to yourself. Stay calm, however much it goes against your character. Try to gain some insight into the size of the court organism and how, to some extent, it remains in a state of suspension, and that even if you alter something in one place, you'll draw the ground out from under your feet and might fall. Whereas if an enormous organism like the court is disrupted in any one place, it finds it easy to provide a substitute for itself somewhere else. Everything is connected with everything else and will continue without any change, or else, which is quite probable, even more closed, more attentive, more strict, more malevolent. So it's best to leave the work to the lawyers and not to keep disturbing them. It doesn't do much good to make accusations, especially if you can't make it clear what they're based on and their full significance. But it must be said that Kay caused a great deal of harm to his own case by his behavior towards the office director. He was a very influential man, but now he might as well be struck off the list of those who might do anything for Kay. If the trial is mentioned, even just in passing, it's quite obvious that he's ignoring it. These officials are in many ways just like children, often something quite harmless, although Kay's behavior could unfortunately not be called harmless, will leave them feeling so offended that they will even stop talking with good friends of theirs. They turn away when they see them and do everything they can to oppose them. But then, with no particular reason, surprisingly enough, some little joke that was only ever attempted because everything seems so hopeless will make them laugh, and they'll be reconciled. It's both difficult and hard at the same time to deal with them, and there's hardly any reason for it. It's sometimes quite astonishing that a single, average life is enough to encompass so much that it's at all possible ever to have any success in one's work here. On the other hand, there are also dark moments, such as everyone has, when you think you've achieved nothing at all, when it seems that the only trial to come to a good end are those that were determined to have a good end from the start, and would do so without any help, while all the others are lost, despite all the running to and fro, all the effort, all the little apparent successes that gave such joy. Then you no longer feel very sure of anything, and if asked about a trial that was doing well by its own nature, but which was turned for the worst because you assisted in it, would not even dare deny that. And even that is a kind of self-confidence, but that it's the only one that's left. Lawyers are especially vulnerable to fits of depression of that sort, and they are no more than fits of depression, of course. When a case is suddenly taken out of their hands after they've been conducted, it's so satisfactory for some time. That's probably the worst that can happen to a lawyer. It's not that the accused takes the case away from him. That hardly ever happens. Once a defendant has taken on a certain lawyer, he has to stay with him whatever happens. How could he ever carry on by himself after he's taken on help from a lawyer? No, that just doesn't happen. But what does sometimes happen is that the trial takes on a course where the lawyer may not go along with it. client and trial are both simply taken away from the lawyer, and then even contact with the court officials won't help, however good they are, as they don't know anything themselves. The trial will have entered a stage where no more help can be given, where it's being processed in courts to which no one has any access, where the defendant cannot even be contacted by his lawyer. You come home one day and find all the documents you've submitted, which you've worked hard to create, and which you had the best hopes for, lying on the desk. They've been sent back, as they can't be carried through to the next stage in the trial. They're just worthless scraps of paper. It doesn't mean that the case has been lost. Not at all. Or, at least, there is no decisive reason for supposing so. It's just that you don't know anything more about the case, and won't be told anything of what's happening. Well, cases like that are the exception, I'm glad to say, and even if case trial is one of them, it's still, for the time being, a long way off. But there was still plenty of opportunity for the lawyers to get to work, and Kay could be sure they would be made use of. As he had been said, the time for submitting documents was still in the future, and there was no rush to prepare them. It was much more important to start the initial discussions with the appropriate officials, and they had already taken place, with varying degrees of success, it must be said. It was much better not to give away any details before their time, as in that way Kay could only be influenced unfavorably, and his hopes might be raised, or he might be made too anxious. Better just say that some individuals have spoken very favorably, and shown themselves very willing to help, although others have spoken less favorably, but even they have not in any way refused to help. So all in all, the results are very encouraging, only you should certainly not draw any particular conclusions, as all preliminary proceedings begin in the same way, and it was only the way they developed further that would show what the value of these preliminary proceedings have been. Anyway, nothing has been lost yet, and if we can succeed in getting the officer director, despite everything, on our side, and several actions have been undertaken to this end, then everything is a clean wound, as a surgeon would say, and we can wait for the results with some comfort. When he started talking on in this way, the lawyer was quite tireless. He went through it all again every time Kay went to see him. There was always some progress, but he could never be told what sort of progress it was. The first set of documents to be submitted were being worked on, but still not ready, which usually turned out to be a great advantage the next time Kay went to see him, as the earlier occasion would have been a very bad time to put them in, which they could not then have known. If Kay, stupefied from all this talking, ever pointed out that, even considering all these difficulties, progress was very slow, the lawyer would object that progress was not slow at all, but that they might have progressed far further if Kay had come to him at the right time. But he had come to him late, and the lateness would bring still further difficulties, and not only where time was concerned. The only welcome interruption during these visits was always when Lenny contrived to bring the lawyer his tea while Kay was there. Then she would stand behind Kay, pretending to watch the lawyer as he bent greedily over his cup, poured the tea in and drank, and secretly let Kay hold her hand. There was always complete silence. The lawyer drank, Kay squeezed Lenny's hand, and Lenny would sometimes dare to gently stroke Kay's hair. "Still here, are you?" the lawyer would ask when he was ready. "I wanted to take the dishes away," said Lenny. They would give each other's hand a final squeeze. The lawyer would wipe his mouth, and then start talking at Kay again with renewed energy. Was the lawyer trying to comfort Kay or to confuse him? Kay could not tell, but it seemed clear to him that his defense was not in good hands. Maybe everything the lawyer said was quite right, even though he obviously wanted to make himself as conspicuous as possible, and probably had never even taken on a case as important as he said Kay's was. But it was still suspicious how he continually mentioned his personal contacts with the civil servants. Were they to be exploited solely for Kay's benefit? The lawyer never forgot to mention that they were dealing only with junior officials, which meant officials who were dependent on others, and the direction taken in each trial could be important for their own furtherment. Could it be that they were making use of the lawyer to turn trials in a certain direction, which would of course always be at the cost of the defendant? It certain did not mean that they would do that in every trial. That was not likely at all, and there were probably also trials where they gave the lawyer advantages and all the room he needed to turn it in the direction he wanted, as it would also be to their advantage to keep his reputation intact. If that really was their relationship, how would they direct Kay's trial, which, as the lawyer had explained, was especially difficult and therefore important enough to attract great attention from the very first time it came to court? There could not be much doubt about what they would do. The first signs of it could already be seen in the fact that the first documents still had not been submitted, even though the trial had already lasted several months, and that, according to the lawyer, everything was still in its initial stages, which was very effective, of course, in making the defendant passive and keeping him helpless. Then he could be suddenly surprised with the verdict, or at least with a notation that the hearing had not decided in his favor, and the matter would be passed on to a higher office. It was essential that Kay take a hand in it himself. On winter's mornings, such as this, when he was very tired and everything dragged itself lethargically through his head, this belief of his seemed irrefutable. He no longer felt the contempt for the trial that he had had earlier. If he had been alone in the world, it would have been easy for him to ignore it, although it was also certain that in that case the trial would never have arisen in the first place. But now his uncle had already dragged him to see the lawyer. He had to take account of his family. His job was no longer totally separate from the progress of the trial. He himself had carelessly, with a certain inexplicable complacency, mentioned it to acquaintances, and others had learned about it in ways he did not know. His relationship with Miss Bursner seemed to be in trouble because of it. In short, he no longer had any choice whether he would accept the trial or turn it down. He was in the middle of it, and had to defend himself. If he was tired, then that was bad. But there was no reason to worry too much before he needed to. He had been capable of working himself up to his high position in the bank, in a relatively short time, and to retain it with respect from everyone. Now he simply had to apply some of the talents that had made that possible for him to the trial. And there was no doubt that it had to turn out well. The most important thing, if something was to be achieved, was to reject in advance any idea that he might be in any way guilty. There was no guilt. The trial was nothing but a piece of business, just like he had already concluded to the benefit of the bank many times. A piece of business that concealed many lurking dangers waiting in ambush for him, as they usually did, and these dangers would need to be defended against. If that was to be achieved, then he must not entertain any idea of guilt. Whatever he did, he would need to look after his own interest as closely as he could. Seen in this way, there was no choice but to take his representation away from the lawyer very soon, at best that evening. The lawyer had told him, as he talked to him, that that was something unheard of, and would probably do him a great deal of harm, but Kay could not tolerate any impediment to his efforts where his trial was concerned. And these impediments were probably caused by the lawyer himself. But once he had shaken off the lawyer, the documents would need to be submitted straight away, and if possible, he would need to see to it that they were being dealt with every day. It would, of course, not be enough, if that was to be done, for Kay to sit in the corridor with his hat under the bench like the others. Day after day, he himself, or one of the women, or somebody else on his behalf, would have to run after the officials and force them to sit at their desks and study Kay's documents instead of looking out of the corridor through the grating. There could be no let-up in these efforts. Everything would need to be organized and supervised. It was about time that the court came up against a defendant who knew how to defend and make use of his rights. But when Kay had the confidence to try and do all this, the difficulty of composing the documents was too much for him. Earlier, just a week or so before, he could only have felt shame at the thought of being made to write out such documents himself. It had never entered his head that the task could also be difficult. He remembered one morning when, already piled up with work, he suddenly shoved everything to one side and took a pad of paper on which he sketched out some of his thoughts on how documents of this sort should proceed. Perhaps he would offer them to that slow-witted lawyer. But just then the door of the manager's office opened, and the deputy director entered the room with a loud laugh. Kay was very embarrassed, although the deputy director, of course, was not laughing at Kay's documents, which he knew nothing about, but at a joke he had just heard about the stock exchange. A joke which needed an illustration if it was to be understood, and now the deputy director leant over Kay's desk, took his pencil from his hand, and drew the illustration on the writing pad that Kay had intended for his ideas about his case. Kay now had no more thoughts of shame. The documents had to be prepared and submitted. If, as was very likely, he could find no time to do it in the office, he would have to do it at home at night. If the nights weren't enough, he would have to take a holiday. Above, he could not stop halfway. That was nonsense, not only in business, but always and everywhere. Needless to say, the documents would mean an almost endless amount of work. It was easy to come to the belief, not only for those of an anxious disposition, that it was impossible ever to finish it. This was not because of laziness or deceit, which were the only things that might have hindered the lawyer in preparing it, but because he did not know what the charge was, or even what consequences it might bring, so that he had to remember every tiny action and event from the whole of his life, looking at them from all sides and checking and reconsidering them. It was also a very disheartening job. It would have been more suitable as a way of passing the long days after he had retired and become senile. But now, just when Kay needed to apply all his thoughts to his work, when he was still rising and already posed a threat to the deputy director, when every hour passed so quickly and he wanted to enjoy the brief evenings and nights as a young man, this was the time he had to start working out these documents. Once more he began to feel resentment, almost involuntary. Only to put an end to it, his finger felt for the button of the electric bell in the anteroom. As he pressed it, he glanced up to the clock. It was 11 o'clock. 2 hours. He had spent a great deal of his costly time just dreaming, and his wits were, of course, even more dulled than they had been before. But the time had none the less not been wasted. He had come to some decisions that could be of value, as well as various pieces of mail. The servitor brought 2 visiting cards from gentlemen who had already been waiting for Kay some time. They were actually very important clients of the bank who should not really have been kept waiting under the circumstances. Why had they come at such an awkward time? And why the gentleman on the other side of the closed doors seemed to be asking? Was the industrious K using up the best business time for his private affairs? Tired from what had gone before, and tired in anticipation of what was to follow, Kay stood up to receive the first of them. He was a short, jolly man, a manufacturer who Kay knew well. He apologized for disturbing Kay at some important work, and Kay, for his part, apologized for having kept the manufacturer waiting for so long. But even this apology was spoken in such a mechanical way and with such false intonation that the manufacturer would certainly have noticed if he had not been fully preoccupied with his business affairs. Instead, he hurriedly pulled calculations and tables out from all his pockets, spread them out in front of Kay, explained several items, corrected a little mistake in the arithmetic that he noticed as he quickly glanced over it all, and reminded Kay of a similar piece of business he concluded with him about a year before, mentioning in passing that this time there was another bank spending great effort to get his business, and finally stopped speaking in order to learn Kay's opinion on the matter. And Kay had indeed at first been closely following what the manufacturer was saying. He too was aware of how important the deal was, but unfortunately it did not last. He soon stopped listening, nodded at each of the manufacturer's loud exclamations for a short while, but eventually he stopped doing that, and did no more than stare at the bald head bent over the papers, asking himself when the manufacturer would finally realize that everything he was saying was useless. When he did stop talking, Kay really thought at first that this was so that he would have the chance to confess he was incapable of listening. Instead, seeing the anticipation of the manufacturer's face, obviously ready to counter any objections made, he was sorry to realize that the business discussion had to be continued. So he bent his head as if he'd been given an order, and began slowly to move his pencil over the papers. Now and then he would stop and stare at one of the figures. The manufacturer thought there must be some objection. Perhaps his figures weren't really sound. Perhaps they weren't the decisive issue. Whatever he thought, the manufacturer covered the papers with his hand and began once again, moving very closely to Kay to explain what the deal was all about. "It is difficult," said Kay, pursing his lips. The only thing that could offer him any guidance were the papers, and the manufacturer had covered them from his view. So he just sank back against the arm of the chair. Even when the door of the manager's office opened and revealed not very clearly, as if through a veil, the deputy director, he did no more than look up weakly. Kay thought no more about the matter. He merely watched the immediate effect of the deputy director's appearance, and for him the effect was very pleasing. The manufacturer immediately jumped up from his seat and hurried over to meet the deputy director, although Kay would have liked to make him 10 times livelier, as he feared the deputy director might disappear again. He needed not have worried. The two gentlemen met each other, shook each other's hand, and went together over to Kay's desk. The manufacturer said he was sorry to find the chief clerk so little inclined to do business, pointing to Kay, who, under the view of the deputy director, had bent back down over the papers. As the two men leant over the desk and the manufacturer made some effort to gain and keep the deputy director's attention, Kay felt as if they were much bigger than they really were, and that their negotiations were about him. Carefully and slowly turning his eyes upwards, he tried to learn what was taking place above him, took one of the papers from his desk without looking to see what it was, laid it on the flat of his hand, and raised it slowly up as he rose up to the level of the two men himself. He had no particular plan in mind as he did this, but merely felt this was how he would act if only he had finished preparing that great document that was to remove his burden entirely. The deputy director had been paying all his attention to the conversation, and did no more than glance at the paper. He did not read what was written on it at all, as what was important for the chief clerk was not important for him. He took it from Kay's hand, saying, "Thank you, I'm already familiar with everything," and lay it calmly back on the desk. Kay gave him a bitter, sideways look, but the deputy director did not notice this at all. Or if he did notice it, it only raised his spirits. He frequently laughed out loud. One time he clearly embarrassed the manufacturer when he raised an objection in a witty way, but drew him immediately back out of his embarrassment by commenting adversely on himself, and finally invited him into his office where they could bring the matter to its conclusion. "It's a very important matter," said the manufacturer. "I understand that completely, and I am sure the chief clerk—" Even as he said this, he was actually speaking only to the manufacturer—"will be very glad to have us take it off his hands." This is something that needs calm consideration. But he seems to be overburdened today. There are even some people in the room outside who've been waiting there for hours for him." Kay still had enough control of himself to turn away from the deputy director and direct his friendly, albeit stiff smile only at the manufacturer. He had made no other retaliation, bent down slightly, and supported himself with both hands on his desk like a clerk, and watched as the two gentlemen, still talking, took the papers from his desk and disappeared into the manager's office. In the doorway the manufacturer turned and said he wouldn't make his farewell with Kay just yet. He would, of course, let the chief clerk know about the success of his discussion, but he had also had a little something to tell him about. At last Kay was by himself. It did not enter his head to show anyone else into his office, and only became vaguely aware of how nice it was that the people outside thought he was still negotiating with the manufacturer, and for this reason he could not let anyone in to see him, not even the servitor. He went over to the window, sat down on the ledge beside it, held firmly onto the handle, and looked down onto the square outside. The snow was still falling, the weather still had not brightened up at all. He remained a long time sitting in this way, not knowing what it actually was to make him so anxious. Only occasionally did he glance slightly startled over his shoulder at the door to the outer room, where mistakenly he thought he'd heard some noise. No one came, and that made him feel calmer. He went over to the washstand, rinsed his face with cold water, and his head somewhat clearer, went back to his place by the window. The decision to take his defense into his own hands now seemed more of a burden than he had originally assumed. All the while he had left his defense up to the lawyer. His trial had had little basic effect on him. He had observed it from afar as something that was scarcely able to reach him directly. When it suited him, he looked to see how things stood, but he was also able to draw his head back again whenever he wanted. Now, in contrast, if he was to conduct his defense himself, he would have to devote himself entirely to the court. For the time being, at least, successful would mean later on his complete and conclusive liberation. But if he was to achieve this, he would have to place himself, to start with, in far greater danger than he had been in so far. If he ever felt tempted to doubt this, then his experience with the deputy director and the manufacturer that day would be quite enough to convince him of it. How could he have sat there totally convinced of the need to do this home defense? How would it be later? What would his life be like in the days ahead? Would he find the way through it all to a happy conclusion? Did a carefully worked out defense and any other sort would have made no sense? Did a carefully worked out defense not also mean he would need to shut himself off from everything else as much as he could? Would he survive that? And how was he to succeed in conducting all this at the bank? It involved much more than just submitting some documents that he could probably prepare in a few days' leave, although it would have been great temerity to ask for time off from the bank just at that time. It was a whole trial. There was no way of seeing how long it might last. This was an enormously difficult that had suddenly been thrown into Kay's life. And was he supposed to be doing the bank's work at a time like this? He looked down at his desk. Was he supposed to let people in to see him and go into negotiations with them at a time like this? While his trial trundled on, while the court officials upstairs in the attic room, sat looking at the papers for his trial. Should he be worrying about the business of the bank? Did this not seem like a kind of torture, acknowledged by the court, connected with the trial, and which followed him around? And is it likely that anyone in the bank, when judging his work, would take any account of his peculiar situation? No one, and never. There were those who knew about his trial, although it was not quite clear who knew about it or how much. But he hoped rumors had not reached as far as the deputy director, otherwise he would obviously soon find a way of making use of it to harm Kay. He would show neither comradeship nor humanness. And what about the director? It was true that he was well disposed towards Kay, and as soon as he heard about the trial, he would probably try to do everything he could to make it easier for him. But he would certainly not devote himself to it. Kay, at one time, had provided the counterbalance to what the deputy director said, but the deputy director was now coming more and more under his influence, and the deputy director would also exploit the weakened condition of the director to strengthen his own power. So what could Kay hope for? Maybe considerations of this sort weakened his power of resistance, but it was still necessary not to deceive oneself and to see everything as clearly as it could be seen in that moment. For no particular reason, just to avoiding returning to his desk for a while, he opened the window. It was difficult to open, and he had to turn the handle with both his hands. Then, through the whole height and breadth of the window, the mixture of fog and smoke was drawn into the room, filling it with a slight smell of burning. A few flakes of snow were blown in with it. "It's a horrible autumn," said the manufacturer, who had come into the room unnoticed after seeing the deputy director, and now stood behind Kay. Kay nodded and looked uneasily at the manufacturer's briefcase, from which he would now probably take the papers and inform Kay of the result of his negotiations with the deputy director. However, the manufacturer saw where Kay was looking, knocked on his briefcase, and without opening it said, "You'll be wanting to hear how things turned out. I've already got the contract in my pocket almost. He's a charming man, your deputy director. He's got his dangers, though." He laughed as he shook Kay's hand and wanted to make him laugh with him. But to Kay it once more seemed suspicious that the manufacturer did not want to show him the papers and saw nothing about his comments to laugh at. "Chief clerk," said the manufacturer, "I expect the weather's been affecting your mood, has it? You're looking so worried today." "Yes," said Kay, raising his hand and holding the temple of his head. "Headaches, worries in the family." "Quite right," said the manufacturer, who was always in a hurry and could never listen to anyone for very long. "Everyone has his cross to bear." Kay had unconsciously made a step towards the door, as if wanting to show the manufacturer out, but the manufacturer said, "Chief clerk, there's something else I'd like to mention to you. I'm very sorry if it's something that'll be a burden to you today of all days, but I've been to see you twice already, lately, and each time I forgot all about it. If I delay it any longer, it might well lose its point altogether. That would be a pity, as I think what I've got to say does have some value." Before Kay had had the time to answer, the manufacturer came up close to him, tapped his knuckle lightly on his chest, and said quietly, "You've got a trial going on, haven't you?" Kay stepped back and immediately exclaimed, "That's what the deputy director's been telling you." "No, no," said the manufacturer. "How would the deputy director know about it?" "And what about you?" asked Kay, already in more control of himself. "I hear things about the court here and there," said the manufacturer, "and that even applies to what it is that I wanted to tell you about." "There are so many people who have connections with the court," said Kay, with lowered head, and he led the manufacturer over to his desk. They sat down where they had been before, and the manufacturer said, "I'm afraid." The Trial. Franz Kafka. Part 4.
The Trial. Franz
They
Kafka.
still had not arrived at the top, however, when the painter up above them suddenly pulled the door wide open, and, with a deep bow, invited Kay to enter. The girls, on the other hand, he tried to keep away. He did not want to let any of them in, however much they begged him, and however much they tried to get in. If they could not get in with his permission, they would try to force their way in against his will. The only one to succeed was the hunchback when she slipped through under his outstretched arm, but the painter chased after her, grabbed her by the skirt, span her once round, and set her down again by the door with the other girls, who, unlike the first, had not dared to cross the doorstep while the painter had left his post. Kay did not know what he was to make of all of this, as they all seemed to be having fun, one behind the other. The girls by the door stretched their necks up high and called out various words to the painter, which were meant in jest, but which Kay did not understand. And even the painter laughed as the hunchback whirled round in his hand. Then he shut the door, bowed once more to Kay, offered him his hand, and introduced himself, saying, "Titterelli, painter." Kay pointed to the door, behind which the girls were whispering, and said, "You seem to be very popular in this building." "Ah, those brats," said the painter, trying in vain to fasten his nightshirt at the neck. He was also barefooted, and, apart from that, was wearing nothing more than a loose pair of yellowish linen trousers held up with a belt, whose free end whipped to and fro. "Those kids are a real burden for me," he continued. The top button of his nightshirt came off, and he gave up trying to fasten it, fetched a chair for Kay, and made him sit down on it. "I painted one of them once. She's not here today, and ever since then they've been following me about. If I'm here, they only come in when I allow it, but as soon as I've gone out there's always at least one of them in here. They had a key made to my door and lent it round to each other. It's hard to imagine what a pain that is. Suppose I come back home with a lady I'm going to paint. I open the door with my own key and find the hunchback there or something by the table, painting her lips red with my paintbrush, and meanwhile her little sister will be keeping guard for her, moving about and causing chaos in every corner of the room. Or else, like happened yesterday, I might come back home late in the evening. Please forgive my appearance and the room being in a mess. It is to do with them. So I might come home late in the evening and want to go to bed. Then I feel something pinching my leg, look under the bed and pull another of them out from under it. I don't know why it is they bother me like this. I expect you've just seen that I do nothing to encourage them to come near me. And they make it hard for me to do my work too, of course. If I didn't get this studio for nothing, I'd have moved out a long time ago." Just then a little voice, tender and anxious, called out from under the door, "Titterelli, can we come in now?" "No," answered the painter. "Not even just me by myself?" the voice asked again. Not even just you, said the painter, as he went to the door and locked it. Meanwhile, Kay had been looking round the room. If it had not been pointed out, it would not have occurred to him that this wretched little room could be called a studio. It was hardly long enough or broad enough to make 2 steps. Everything, floor, walls, and ceiling, was made of wood. Between the planks, narrow gaps could be seen. Across
Across
from
from
where
where
Kay
Kay
was,
was,
the
the
bed
bed
stood
stood
against the
against the
wall
wall,
under a
under a
covering
covering
of
of
many
many
different
different
colors.
colors.
In the
In the
middle
middle
of the
of the
room,
room,
a
a
picture
picture
stood on
stood
an
on an
easel,
easel,
covered
covered
over
over
with a
with a
shirt
shirt
whose
whose
arms
arms
dangled
dangled
down to
down
the
to the
ground.
ground.
Behind Kay was the window, which the fog made it impossible to see further than the snow-covered roof of the neighboring building. The turning of the key in the lock reminded Kate that he had not wanted to stay too long, so he drew the manufacturer's letter out from his pocket, held it out to the painter, and said, "I learned about you from this gentleman, an acquaintance of yours, and it's on his advice that I've come here." The painter glanced through the letter and threw it down onto the bed. If the manufacturer had not said very clearly that Titorelli was an acquaintance of his, a poor man who was dependent on his charity, then it would really have been quite possible to believe that Titorelli did not know him, or at least that he could not remember him. This impression was augmented by the painter's asking, "Were you wanting to buy some pictures, or did you want to have yourself painted?" Kate looked at the painter in astonishment. What did the letter actually say? Kate had taken it as a matter of course that the manufacturer had explained to the painter in his letter that Kay wanted nothing more with him than to find out more about his trial. He had been far too rash in coming here. But now he had to give the painter some sort of answer, and, glancing at the easel, said, "Are you working on a picture currently?" "Yes," said the painter, and he took the shirt hanging over the easel and threw it onto the bed after the letter. "It's a portrait. Quite a good piece of work, although it's not quite finished yet." This was a convenient coincidence for Kay. It gave him good opportunity to talk about the court. As the picture showed very clearly, a judge. What's more, it was remarkably similar to the picture in the lawyer's office, although this one showed a quite different judge, a heavy man, with a full beard, which was black and bushy and extended to the sides, far up the man's cheeks. The lawyer's picture was also an oil painting, whereas this one had been made with pastel colors and was pale and unclear. But everything else about the picture was similar, as this judge, too, was holding tightly to the arm of his throne and seemed ominously about to rise from it. At first Kay was about
About
to
to say,
say, "He certainly is a judge," but he held himself back for the time being and went closer to the picture as if he wanted to study it in detail. There was a large figure shown in the
it
middle
was l-
of the throne backrest which Kay could not understand, and asked the painter about it. "That'll need some more work done on it," the painter told him, and taking a pastel crown from a small table, he added a few strokes to the edge of the figure, but without making it any clearer, as far as Kay could make out. "That's the figure of Justice," said the painter finally. "Now I see," said Kay. "Here's the blindfold, and here are the scales. But aren't those wings on her heels? And isn't she moving?" "Yes," said the painter. "I had to paint it like that according to the contract. It's actually the figure of Justice and the Goddess of Victory." all in one. That is not a good combination, said Kay with a smile. Justice needs to remain still, otherwise the scales will move about and it won't be possible to make a just verdict. I'm just doing what the client wanted, said the painter. Yes, certainly, said Kay, who had not meant to criticize anyone by that comment. You've painted the figure as it actually appears on the throne. No, said the painter, I've never seen that figure or that throne. It's all just invention. But they told me what I had to paint. How's that? Asked Kay, pretending not fully to understand what the painter said. That is a judge sitting on the judge's chair, isn't it? Yes, said the painter, but that judge isn't very high up, and he's never sat on any throne like that. And he has himself painted in such a grand pose. He's sitting there just like the president of the court. Yeah, gentlemen like this are very vain, said the painter, but they have permission from higher ups to get themselves painted like this. It's laid down quite strictly just what sort of portrait each of them can get for himself. Only it's a pity that you can't make out the details of his costume and pose in this picture. Pastel colors aren't really suitable for showing people like this. Yes, said Kay, it does seem odd that it's in pastel colors. That's what the judge wanted, said the painter. It's meant to be for a woman. The sight of the picture seemed to make him feel like working. He rolled up his shirt sleeves, picked up a few of the crayons, and Kay watched as a reddish shadow built up around the head of the judge under their quivering tips and radiated out to the edges of the picture. This shadow play slowly surrounded the head like a decoration or a lofty distinction. But around the figure of justice, apart from some coloration that was barely noticeable, it remained light. And in this brightness, the figure seemed to shine forward so that it now looked like neither the god of justice nor the god of victory. It seemed now rather to be a perfect depiction of the god of the hunt. Kay found the painter's work more engrossing than he had wanted to, but finally he reproached himself for staying so long without having done anything relevant to his own affair. What's the name of this judge? He asked suddenly. I'm not allowed to tell you that, the painter answered. He was bent deeply over the picture and clearly neglecting his guest, who, at first, he had received with such care. Kay took this to be just a foible of the painter's, and it irritated him as it made him lose time. I take it to you must be a trustee of the court, he said. The painter immediately put his crayon down, stood upright, rubbed his hands together, and looked at Kay with a smile. Always straight out with the truth, he said. You want to learn something about the court like it says in your letter of recommendation. But then you start talking about my pictures to get me on your side. Still, I won't hold it against you. You weren't to know that that was entirely the wrong thing to try with me. Oh, please, he said sharply, repelling Kay's attempt to make some objection. He then continued, and besides, you're quite right in your comment that I am a trustee of the court. He made a pause as if wanting to give Kay the time to come to terms with this fact. The girls could once more be heard from behind the door. They were probably pressed around the keyhole. Perhaps they could even see into the room through the gaps in the planks. Kay forewent the opportunity to excuse himself in some way, as he did not wish to distract the painter from what he was saying, or else perhaps he didn't want to get too far above himself, and in this way make himself to some extent unattainable. So he asked, is that a publicly acknowledged position? No, was the painter's curt reply, as if the question prevented him saying any more. But Kay wanted him to continue speaking and said, well, positions like that aren't officially acknowledged can often have more influence than those that are. And that's how it is with me, said the painter, and nodded with a frown. I was talking about your case with the manufacturer yesterday, and he asked me if I wouldn't like to help you, and I answered, he can come and see me if he likes, and now I'm pleased to see you here so soon. This business seems to be quite important to you, and of course, I'm not surprised at that. Would you not like to take your coat off now? Kay had intended to stay only for a very short time, but the painter's invitation was none the less very welcome. The air in the room had slowly become quite oppressive for him. He had several looked in amazement at a small iron stove in the corner that certainly could not have been lit. The heat of the room was inexplicable. As he took off his winter coat and also unbuttoned his frock coat, the painter said to him in apology, I must have warmth. And it is very cozy here, isn't it? This room's very good in that respect. Kay made no reply, but it was actually not the heat that made him uncomfortable, but much more the stuffiness, the air that almost made it more difficult to breathe. The room had probably not been ventilated for a long time. The unpleasantness of this was made all the stronger for Kay when the painter invited him to sit on the bed while he himself sat down on the only chair in the room in front of the easel. The painter even seemed to misunderstand why Kay remained at the edge of the bed and urged Kay to make himself comfortable. As he hesitated, he went over to the bed himself and pressed Kay deep down into the bedclothes and pillows. Then he went back to his seat, and at last he asked his first objective question, which made Kay forget everything else. You're innocent, are you? He asked. Yes, said Kay. He felt a simple joy at answering this question, especially as the answer was given to a private individual and therefore would have no consequences. Up till then, no one had asked him this question so openly. To make the most of his pleasure, he added, I am totally innocent. So said the painter, and he lowered his head and seemed to be thinking. Suddenly he raised his head again and said, well, if you're innocent, it's all very simple. Kay began to scowl. This supposed trustee of the court was talking like an ignorant child. My being innocent does not make things simple, said Kay. Despite everything, he couldn't help smiling, and slowly shook his head. There are many fine details in which the court gets lost, but in the end it reaches into some place where originally there was nothing and pulls enormous guilt out of it. Yeah, sure, said the painter, as if Kay had been disturbing his train of thought for no reason. But you are innocent, aren't you? Well, of course I am, said Kay. That's the main thing, said the painter. There was no counter-argument that could influence him, but although he had made up his mind, it was not clear whether he was talking this way because of conviction or indifference. Kay then wanted to find out and said, therefore, I'm sure you're more familiar with the court than I am. I know hardly more about it than what I've heard, and that's been from many very different people. But they were all agreed on one thing, and that was that when ill thought out accusations are made, they are not ignored, and that once the court has made an accusation, It is convinced of the guilt of the defendant, and it's very hard to make it think otherwise. Very hard? The painter asked, throwing one hand in the air. It's impossible to make it think otherwise. If I painted all the judges next to each other here on canvas, and you were trying to defend yourself in front of it, you'd have more success with them than you'd ever have with the real court. Yes, said Kay to himself, forgetting that he had only gone there to investigate the painter. One of the girls behind the door started up again and asked, Titterelli, is he going to go soon? Quiet, shouted the painter at the door. Can't you see I'm talking with the gentleman? But this was not enough to satisfy the girl, and she asked, You going to paint his picture? And when the painter didn't answer, she added, Please don't paint him. He's an horrible bloke. There followed an incomprehensible interwoven babble of shouts and replies and calls of agreement. The painter leapt over to the door, opened it very slightly. The girl's clasped hand could be seen stretching through the crack as if they wanted something, and said, If you are not quiet, I'll throw you all down the stairs. Sit down here on the steps and be quiet. They probably did not obey him immediately, so that he had to command, Down on the steps. Only then it became quiet. Oh, I'm sorry about that, said the painter as he returned to Kay. Kay had hardly turned towards the door. He had left it completely up to the painter whether and how he would place him under his protection if he wanted to. Even now he made hardly any movement as the painter bent over him and, whispering into his ear in order not to be heard outside, said, These girls belong to the court as well. How's that? asked Kay, as he leant his head to one side and looked at the painter. But the painter sat back down on his chair and, half in jest, half in explanation, Well, everything belongs to the court. That is something I had never noticed until now, said Kay curtly. This general comment on the painters made his comment about the girls far less disturbing. Nonetheless, Kay looked for a while at the door, behind which the girls were now sitting quietly on the steps, except that one of them had pushed a drinking straw through a crack between the planks and was moving it slowly up and down. You still don't seem to have much general idea of what the court's about, said the painter, who had stretched his legs wide apart and was tapping loudly on the floor with the tip of his foot. But as you're innocent, you won't need it anyway. I'll get you out of this by myself. How do you intend to do that? asked Kay. You did say yourself not long ago that it's quite impossible to go to the court with reasons and proofs. Only impossible for reasons and proofs you take to the court yourself, said the painter, raising his forefinger as if Kay had failed to notice a fine distinction. It goes differently if you try to do something behind the public court, that's to say, in the consultation rooms, in the corridors, or here, for instance, in my studio. Kay now began to find it far easier to believe what the painter was saying, or rather it was largely in agreement with what he had also been told by others. In fact, it was even quite promising. If it really was so easy to influence the judges through personal contacts as the lawyer had said, then the painter's contacts with these vain judges was especially important, and at the very least should not be undervalued. And the painter would fit in very well in the circle of assistants that Kay was slowly gathering around him. He had been noted at the bank for his talent in organizing. Here, where he was placed entirely on his own resources, would be a good opportunity to test that talent to its limits. The painter observed the effect his explanation had had on Kay, and then, with a certain unease, said, "Does it not occur to you that the way I'm speaking is almost like a lawyer? It's that incessant
That
contact with the gentlemen of the court that has had that influence on me. I gain a lot by it, of course, but I lose a lot, artistically speaking." "How did you first come into contact with the judges, then?" asked Kay. He wanted first to gain the painter's trust before he took him into his service. "That was very easy," said the painter. "I inherited these contracts. My father was court painter before me. It's a position that's always inherited. They can't use new people for it. The rules governing how the various grades of officials are painted are so many and varied, and above all, so secret that no one outside of certain families even knows them. In the drawer there, for instance, I've got my father's notes, which I don't show to anyone, but you're only able to paint judges if you know what they say. Although, even if I lost them, no one could ever dispute my position because of all the rules I just carry round in my head. All the
all the
judges
judges
want to
want
be
to be
painted
painted
like
like
the old
old
great
great
judges
judges
were,
were,
and
and
I'm the
I'm the
only
only
one
one
who
who
can
can
do
do
that.
that.
You are
You
to
are
be
to be
envied," said
said
Kay,
Kay,
thinking of
thinking
his
of his
position at the
position at the
bank.
bank.
"Your position is
Position is
quite
quite
unassailable,
unassailable
then."
then.
"Yes,
Yes,
quite
quite
unassailable,"
unassailable,
said the
said the
painter,
painter,
and he
and he
raised his
raised his
shoulders in
shoulders in
pride.
pride.
"That's how
How
I
I
can even
can even
afford to
afford to
help
help
some
some
poor
poor
man
man
facing
facing
trial
trial
now and
now and
then."
then.
"And
And
how do
how
you
do
do
you do
that?"
that?
asked Kay,
A
as if the painter
painter
had not
had
just
not just
described
described
him
him
as a
as a
poor
poor
man.
man.
The
The
painter
painter
did
did
not let
not let
himself be
himself be
distracted, but
distracted, but
said,
said,
"In
in
your
your
case, for
case,
instance,
instance,
as
as
you're
you're
totally
totally
innocent,
innocent,
this
this
is
is
what I'll
what I'll
do."
do.
The repeated mention of Kay's innocence was becoming irksome to him. It sometimes seemed to him as if the painter was using these comments to make a favorable outcome to the trial a precondition for his help, which of course would make the help itself unnecessary. But despite these doubts, Kay forced himself not to interrupt the painter. He did not want without the painter's help. That was what he had decided, and this help did not seem in any way less questionable than that of the lawyer. Kay valued the painter's help far more highly because it was offered in a way that was more harmless and open. The painter had pulled his seat closer to the bed and continued in a subdued voice, "I forgot to ask you, what sort of acquittal is it you want? There are three possibilities: absolute acquittal, apparent acquittal, and deferment. Absolute acquittal is the best, of course, only there's nothing I can do to get that sort of outcome. I don't think there's anyone at all who could do anything to get an absolute acquittal. Probably the only thing that could, that is if the accused is innocent. As you are innocent, it could actually be possible, and you could depend on your innocence alone. In that case, you won't need me or any kind of help." At first Kay was astonished at this orderly explanation, but then, just as quietly as the painter, he said, I think you're contradicting yourself." "How's that?" asked the painter patiently, leaning back with a smile. He This seemed smile made Kay feel as if he were examining not the words of the painter, but seeking out inconsistencies in the procedures of the court itself. Nonetheless, he continued unabashed and said, "You remarked earlier that the court cannot be approached with reasoned proofs. You later restricted this to the open court, and now you go so far as to say that an innocent man needs no assistance in court. That entails a contradiction. Moreover, you said earlier that the judges can be influenced personally, but now you insist that an absolute acquittal, as you call it, can never be attained through personal influence. That entails a second contradiction." "It's quite easy to clear up these contradictions," said the painter. "We're talking about two different things. Here, there's what it says in the law, and there's what I know from my own experience. You shouldn't get the two confused. I've never seen it in writing, but the law does, of course, say on the one hand that the innocent will be set free, but on the other hand it doesn't say that the judges can be influenced. But in my experience it's the other way around. I don't know of any absolute acquittals, but I do know of many times when a judge has been influenced. It's possible, of course, that there was no innocence in any of the cases I know about. But is that likely? Not a single innocent defendant in so many cases. When I was a boy I used to listen closely to my father when he told us about court cases at home, and the judges that came to his studio talked about the court. In our circles nobody talks about anything else. I hardly ever got the chance to go to the court myself, but always made use of it when I could. I've listened to countless trials at important stages in their development. I've followed them closely as far as they could be followed, and I have to say that I've never seen a single acquittal." "So not a single acquittal," said Kay, as if talking to himself and his hopes. "That confirms the impression I already have of the courts. So there's no point in it from the side either. They could replace the whole court with a single hangman." "You shouldn't generalize," said the painter, dissatisfied. "I've only been talking about my own experience." "Well, that's enough," said Kay. "Or have you heard of any acquittals that happened earlier?" "They say there have been some acquittals earlier," the painter answered, "but it's very hard to be sure about it. The courts don't make their final conclusions public. Not even the judges are allowed to know about them. So that all we know about these earlier cases are just legends. But most of them did involve absolute acquittals. You can believe that, but they can't be proved. On the other hand, you shouldn't forget about them either. I'm sure there is some truth to them, and they are very beautiful. I've painted a few pictures myself depicting these legends." "My assessment will not be altered by mere legends," said Kay. "I don't suppose it's possible to cite these legends in court, is it?" The painter laughed. "No, you can't cite them in court," he said. "Then there's no point in talking about them," said Kay. He wanted for the time being to accept anything the painter told him, even if he thought it unlikely or contradicted what he had been told by others. He did not now have the time to examine the truth of everything the painter said, or even to disprove it. He would have achieved as much as he could if the painter would help him in any way, even if this help would not be decisive. As a result, he said, "So let's pay no more attention to absolute acquittal. But you mentioned two other possibilities, apparent acquittal and deferment. They're the only possibilities, said the painter, but before we talk about them, would you not like to take your coat off? You must be hot. Yes, said Kay, who until then had paid attention to nothing but the painter's explanations. But now that he had had the heat pointed out to him, his brow began to sweat heavily. It's almost unbearable. The painter nodded, as if he understood Kay's discomfort very well. Could we not open the window? Asked Kay. No, said the painter. It's only a fixed pane of glass. It can't be opened. Kay now realized that all this time he had been hoping the painter would suddenly go over to the window and pull it open. He had prepared himself even for the fog that he would breathe in through his open mouth. The thought that here he was entirely cut off from the air made him feel dizzy. He tapped lightly on the bedspread beside him, and with a weak voice said, "This is very inconvenient and unhealthy." "Oh no," said the painter in defense of his window. "As it can't be opened, this room retains the heat better than if the window were double glazed. Even though it's only a single pane, there's not much need to air the room, as there's so much ventilation through the gaps in the wood. But when I do want to, I can open one of my doors, or even both of them." Kay was slightly consoled by this explanation and looked around to see where the second door was. The painter saw him do so and said, "It's behind you. I had to hide it behind the bed." Only then was Kay able to see the little door in the wall. "It's really much too small for a studio here," said the painter, as if he wanted to anticipate any objection Kay would make. "I had to arrange things as well as I could. That's obviously a very bad place for the bed in front of the door. For instance, when the judge I'm painting at present comes, he always comes through the door by the bed, and I've even given him a key to this door so that he can wait for me here in the studio when I'm not home, although nowadays he usually comes early in the morning when I'm still asleep. And of course it always wakes me up when I hear the door open beside the bed, however fast asleep I am. If you could hear the way I curse him as he climbs over my bed in the morning, you'd lose all respect for judges. I suppose I could take the key away from him, but that'd only make things worse. It only takes a tiny effort to break any of the doors here off their hinges." All the time the painter was speaking, Kay was considering whether he should take off his coat, but he finally realized if he didn't do so, he would quite unable to stay here any longer, so he took off his frock coat and lay it on his knee, so that he could put it back on again as soon as the conversation was over. He had hardly done this when one of the girls called out, "Now he's taken off his coat," and they could all be heard pressing around the gaps in the planks to see the spectacle for themselves. "The girls think I'm going to paint your portrait," said the painter, "and that's why you're taking your coat off." "I see," said Kay, only slightly amused by this, as he felt little better than he had before, even though he now sat in his shirt sleeves. With some irritation he asked, "What did you say the two other possibilities were?" He had already forgotten the terms used. "Apparent acquittal and deferment," said the painter. "It's up to you which one you choose. You can get either of them if I help you, but it'll take some effort, of course. The difference between them is that an apparent acquittal needs concentrated effort for a while, and that deferment takes much less effort, but it has to be sustained. Now then, apparent acquittal, if that's what you want, I'll write down an assertion of your innocence on a piece of paper." The text for an assertion of this sort was passed down to me from my father, and it's quite unassailable. I take this assertion round to the judges I know, so I'll start off with the one I'm currently painting, and put the assertion to him. When he comes for his sitting this evening, I'll lay the assertion in front of him, explain that you're innocent, and give him my personal guarantee of it, and that's not just a superficial guarantee, it's a real one, and it's binding." The painter's eyes seemed to show some reproach of Kay for wanting to impose that sort of responsibility on him. "That would be very kind of you," said Kay. "Would the judge then believe you and none the less pass an absolute acquittal?" "It's like I just said," answered the painter. "And anyway, it's not entirely sure that all the judges would believe me. Many of them, for instance, might want me to bring you to see them personally. So then you'd have to come along too. But at least then, if that happens, the matter is halfway won, especially as I teach you in advance exactly how you need to act with the judge concerned, of course. What also happens, though, is that there are some judges who turn me down in advance. And that's worse. I'll certainly make several attempts, but still, we'll have to forget about them. But at least we can afford to do that, as no one judge can pass the decisive verdict. Then when I've got enough judges' signatures on this document, I take it to the judge who's concerned with your case. I might even have his signature already, in which case things develop a bit quicker than they would do otherwise, but there aren't usually many hold-ups from then on, and that's the time that the defendant can feel most confident. It's odd but true that people feel more confident in this time than they do after they've been acquitted. There's no particular exertion needed now. When he has the document asserting the defendant's innocence, guaranteed by a number of other judges, the judge can acquit you without any worries, and although there are still several formalities to be gone through, there's no doubt that's what he'll do as a favor to me and several other acquaintances. You, however, walk out of the court and you're free." "So then I'll be free," said Kay, hesitantly. "That's right," said the painter, "but only apparently free, or, to put it in a better way, temporarily free, as the most junior judges, the ones I know, they don't have the right to give the final acquittal. Only the highest judge can do that. In the court, that's quite of reach for you, for me, and for all of us. We don't know how things look there, and incidentally, we don't want to know. The right to acquit people is a major privilege, and our judges don't have it, but they do have the right to free people from the indictment. That's to say, if they're freed in this way, then for the time being the charge is withdrawn, but it's still hanging over their heads, and it only takes an order from a higher up to bring it back into force. And as I'm in such good contract with the court, I can also tell you how the difference between absolute and apparent acquittal is described, just in a superficial way, in the directives to the court offices. If there's an absolute acquittal, all proceedings should stop. Everything disappears from the process, not just the indictment, but the trial, and even the acquittal disappears. Everything just disappears. With an apparent acquittal, it's different. When that happens, nothing has changed except that the case for your innocence, for your acquittal, and the grounds for the acquittal have been made stronger. Apart from that, proceedings go on as before. The court offices continue their business and the case gets passed to higher courts, gets passed back down to the lower courts, and so on, backwards and forwards, sometimes faster, sometimes slower, to and fro. It's impossible to know exactly what's happening while this is going on. Seen from outside, it can sometimes seem that everything has been long since forgotten, The documents have been lost, and the acquittal is complete. No one familiar with the court would believe it. No documents ever get lost. The court forgets nothing.
No documents
One
ever
day,
get
no one
lost. The
expects
court
it,
forgets
some
nothing.
judge or other picks up
The
the
document
document and looks more
closely
closely
at
at
them.
them.
He
He
notices
notices
that
that
this
this
particular
particular
case
case
is
is
still
still
active
active
and
and
orders
orders
the
the
defendant's
defendant's
immediate
immediate
arrest.
arrest. I've been
Talking
talking
here
here
as
as
if
if
there's
there's
a
a
long
long
delay
delay
between
between
apparent
apparent
acquittal
acquittal
and
and
rearrest.
rearrest.
That
That
is
is
quite
quite
possible.
possible.
I
I
do
do
know
know
of
of
a
a
case
case
like
like
that,
that,
but
but
it's
it's
just
just
as
as
likely
likely
that
that
the
the
defendant
defendant
goes
goes
home
home
after
after
he's
he's
been
been
acquitted
acquitted
and
and
finds
finds
somebody
somebody
there
there
waiting
waiting
to
to
rearrest
rearrest
him.
him. Then, of course, his life as a free man is at an end. And does the trial start over again? Asked Kay, finding it hard to believe. The trial will always start over again, said the painter, but there is, once again as before, the possibility of getting an apparent acquittal. Once again, the accused has to muster all his strength and mustn't give up. The painter said that last phrase possibly as a result of the impression that Kay, whose shoulders had dropped somewhat, gave on him. But to get a second acquittal, asked Kay, as if in anticipation of further revelations by the painter, is that not harder to get than the first time? As far as that's concerned, answered the painter, there's nothing you can say for certain. You mean, do you, that this second arrest would have an adverse influence on the judge, and the verdict he passes on the defendant? That's not how it happens. When the acquittal is passed, the judges are already aware that the arrest is likely, so when it happens it has hardly an effect. But there are countless other reasons why the judge's mood and their legal acumen in the case can be altered, and efforts to obtain the second acquittal must therefore be suited to the new conditions and generally just as vigorous as the first. But this second acquittal will once again not be final, said Kay, shaking his head. Of course not, said the painter. The second acquittal is followed by the third arrest, the third acquittal by the fourth arrest, and so on. That what is meant by the term apparent acquittal. Kate was silent. You clearly don't think an apparent acquittal offers much advantage, said the painter. Perhaps deferment would suit you better. Would you like me to explain what deferment is about? Kay nodded.
Kay
The
nodded.
painter
The
had
painter
leaned
had
back
leaned
and
back,
spread himself
spread
in his
himself in
chair.
his chair.
His nightshirt
His
was
nightshirt
open.
was
He had
open.
pushed his
He had pushed
hand
his hand
inside and was
inside
stroking
and was
his
stroking
breast
his breast
and his
and his
sides.
sides.
Deferment, said the painter,
Deferment, said the
looking
painter,
vaguely in front
looking
of him for a
vaguely in front
while,
of him for
as
a
if
while,
trying to
as if
find a
trying to
perfect,
find a perfect,
appropriate explanation.
appropriate explanation.
Deferment consists
Deferment
of keeping
consists of keeping
proceedings
proceedings
permanently in their
permanently
earliest
in their
stages.
earliest
To
stages.
do that, the
To do
accused
that, the
and those
accused
helping him
and those
need
helping him
to
need
keep in
to keep
continuous
in
personal
continuous
contact with the
personal
court,
contact with the court,
especially those helping him.
especially those helping
I
him.
repeat, this doesn't
I
require
repeat,
so
this
much
doesn't
effort
require so much
as getting
effort
an
as
apparent
getting an
acquittal,
apparent
but it
acquittal,
probably
but it
requires a
probably
lot more
requires a lot
attention.
more
You
attention.
must never
You
let the
must
trial out
never
of your
let the
sight.
trial out of your
You have to
sight.
go and
Have to
see the
go
appropriate judge
the
at regular
appropriate judge at
intervals,
regular
as well
intervals,
as when
as well
something
as
in
when
particular
something
comes
in
up.
particular
And
comes
whatever
up.
you do,
And
you
whatever you
have to
do,
try and remain
have to
friendly
try
with
and
him.
remain friendly
If
with
you
him.
don't know the judge
Don't know the
personally,
judge
you have to
personally,
influence
have
him
to
through the
influence him,
judges you do
the
know,
judges you do
and you
know,
have to do it
and you have
without
to do
giving
it
up on
without
the
giving
direct
up on the
discussion.
direct discussion.
As long as you don't fail to do any of these things, you can be reasonably sure the trial won't get past its first stages. The trial doesn't stop, but the defendant is almost as certain of avoiding conviction as if he'd been acquitted. Compared with an apparent acquittal, deferment has the advantage that the defendant's future is less uncertain. He's safe from the shock of being suddenly rearrested and doesn't need to fear the exertion and stress involved in getting an apparent acquittal just when everything else in his life would make it most difficult. Deferment does have certain disadvantages of its own, though, and they shouldn't be underestimated. I don't mean by this that the defendant is never free. He's never free in the proper sense of the word with an apparent acquittal either. There's another disadvantage. Proceedings can't be prevented from moving forward unless there are some, at least ostensible, reasons given. So something needs to seem to be happening when looked out from the outside. This means that from time to time, various injunctions have to be obeyed. The accused has to be questioned, investigations have to take place, and so on. The trial's been artificially constrained inside a tiny circle, and it has to be continuously spun round within it. And that, of course, brings with it certain unpleasantness for the accused. Although you shouldn't imagine they're all that bad.
Although
all of this is just for show. The interrogations, for instance, they're only very short. If you ever don't have the time or don't feel like going to them, you can offer an excuse. With some judges, you can even arrange the injunctions together a long time in advance. In essence, all it means is that, as the accused, you have to report to the judge from time to time. Even while Painter was speaking those last words, Kay had laid his coat over his arm and had stood up. Immediately from outside the door there was a cry of, "He's standing up now!" "Are you leaving already?" asked the painter, who had also stood up. "It must be the air that's driving you out. I'm very sorry about that. There's still a lot I need to tell you. I had to put everything very briefly, but I hope at least it was all clear." "Oh, yes," said Kay, whose head was aching from the effort of listening. Despite this affirmation, the painter summed it all up once more, as if he wanted to give Kay something to console him on his way home. "Both have in common that they prevent the defendant being convicted," he said, "but they also prevent his probably acquitted," said Kay quietly, as if ashamed to acknowledge it. "You've got it in essence," said the painter quickly. Kay placed his hand on his winter overcoat, but could not bring himself to put it on. Most of all, he would have liked to pack everything together and run out to the fresh air. Not even the girls could induce him to put his coat on, even though they were already loudly telling each other that he was doing so. The painter still had to interpret Kate's mood in some way, so he said, "I expect you've deliberately avoided deciding between my suggestions yet. That's good. I would even have advised against making a decision right away. There's no more than a hair's breadth of difference between the advantages and disadvantages. Everything has to be carefully weighed up. But the most important thing is you shouldn't lose too much time." "I'll come back here again soon," said Kay, who had suddenly decided to put his frock coat on, threw his overcoat over his shoulder, and hurried over to the door, behind which the girls now began to scream. Kay thought he could even see the screaming girls through the door. "Well, you'll have to keep your word," said the painter, who had not followed him. "Otherwise I'll to the bank to ask about it myself. Will you open this door for me?" said Kay, pulling at the handle, which, as he noticed from the resistance, was being held tightly by the girls on the other side. "Do you want to be bothered by the girls?" asked the painter. "It's better if you use the other way out," he said, pointing to the door behind the bed. Kay agreed to this and jumped back to the bed. But instead of opening the door, the painter crawled under the bed and from underneath asked Kay, "Just a moment more, would you not like to see a picture I could sell to you?" Kay did not want to be impolite. The painter really had taken his side and promised to help him more in the future, and because of Kay's forgetfulness, there had been no mention of any payment for the painter's help, so not Kay did not want to be impolite. The painter really had taken his side and promised to help him more in the future, and because of Kay's forgetfulness, there had been no mention of any payment for the painter's help, so Kay could not turn him down now and allowed him to show him the picture, even though he was quivering with impatience to get out of the studio. From under the bed the painter withdrew a pile of unframed paintings. They were so covered in dust that when the painter tried to blow it off, the one on top the dust swirled around in front of Kay's eyes, robbing him of breath for some time. "Moorland landscape," said the painter, passing the picture to Kay. It showed two sickly trees, well separated from each other in dark grass. In the background there was a multicolored sunset. "That's nice," said Kay. "I'll buy it." Kay expressed himself in this curt way, without any thought, so he was glad when the painter did not take this amiss, and picked up a second painting from the floor. "This is a counterpart to the first picture," said the painter. "Perhaps it has been intended as a counterpart, but there was not the slightest difference to be seen between it and the first picture. There were the trees, there were the grass, and there was a sunset, but this was of little importance to Kay. They are beautiful landscapes," he said. "I'll buy them both and hang them in my office." "You seem to like this subject," said the painter, picking up a third painting. "Good job. I've still got another similar picture here." The picture, though, was not similar. Rather, it was exactly the same moorland landscape. The painter was fully exploiting this opportunity to sell off his old pictures. "I'll take this one too," said Kay. "How much do the three paintings cost?" "We can talk about that next time," said the painter. "You're in a hurry now, and we'll still be in contact, and besides, I'm glad you like the paintings. I'll give you all the paintings I've got down here. They're all moorland landscapes. I've painted a lot of moorland landscapes. A lot of people don't like that sort of picture because they're too gloomy, but there are others, and you're one of them, who love gloomy themes." But Kay was not in the mood to hear about the professional experiences of this painter Cumbegger. "Wrapped them all up," he called out, interrupting the painter as he was speaking. "My servant will come to fetch them in the morning." "There's no need for that," said the painter. "I expect I can find a porter for you who can go with you now." And at last he leant over the bed and unlocked the door. "Just step on the bed. Don't worry about that," said the painter. "That's what everyone else does who comes in here." Even without this invitation, Kay had shown no compunction in already placing his foot in the middle of the bed covers. Then he looked out through the open door and drew his foot back in again. "What is that?" he asked the painter. "What are you so surprised at?" he asked, surprised in his turn. "Those are court offices. Didn't you know there are court offices here?" "There are court offices in almost every attic. Why should this building be any different?" "Even my studio is actually one of the court offices, but the court put it at my disposal." It was not so much finding court offices even here that shocked Kay. He was mainly shocked at himself, at his own naivety in court matters. It seemed to him that one of the most basic rules governing how a defendant should behave was always to be prepared. Never allow surprises, never to look unsuspecting to the right when the judge stood beside him to his left. And this was the very basic rule that he was continually violating. A long corridor extended in front of him. Air blew in from which, compared with the air in the studio, was refreshing. There were benches set along each side of the corridor, just as in the waiting area for the office he went to himself. There seemed to be precise rules governing how offices should be equipped. There did not seem to be many people visiting the offices that day. There was a man here, half sitting, half lying. His face was buried in his arms on the bench, and he seemed to be sleeping. Another man was standing in the half darkness at the end of the corridor. Kay now climbed over the bed. The painter followed him with the pictures. They soon came across a servant of the court. Kay was now able to recognize all the servants of the court from the gold buttons they wore on their civilian clothes below the normal buttons, and the painter instructed him to go with Kay, carrying the pictures. Kay staggered more than he walked, his handkerchief pressed over his mouth. They had nearly reached the exit when the girls stormed in on them, so Kay had not been able to avoid them. They had clearly seen that the second door of the studio had been opened, and had gone around to impose themselves on him from this side. "I can't come with you any further," called out the painter with a laugh as the girls pressed in. "Good-bye, and don't hesitate too long." Kay did not even look round at him. Once on the street, he took the first cab he came across. He now had to get rid of the servant, whose gold button continually caught his eye, even if it caught no one else's. As a servant, the servant of the court was going to sit on the coach box, but Kay chased him down from there. It was already well into the afternoon when Kay arrived in front of the bank. He would have liked to leave the pictures in the cab, but feared there might be some occasion when he would have to let the painter see he still had them. So he had the pictures taken to his office and locked them in the lowest drawer of his desk, so that he could at least keep them safe from the deputy director's view for the next few days. Chapter 8. Block, the businessman, dismissing the lawyer.
8.
Kay had at last made the decision to withdraw his defense from the lawyer. It was impossible to remove his doubts as to whether this was the right decision, but this was outweighed by his belief in its necessity. The decision on the day he intended to go to see the lawyer took a lot of the strength he needed for his work. He worked exceptionally slowly. He had to remain in his office a long time, and it was already past 10 o'clock when he finally stood in front of the lawyer's front door. Even before he rang, he considered whether it might not be better to give the lawyer notice by letter or telephone. A personal conversation would certainly be very difficult. Nonetheless, Kay did not actually want to do without it. If he gave notice by any other means, it would be received in silence or with a few formulated words, and unless Lenny could discover anything, Kay would never learn how the lawyer had taken his dismissal, and what its consequences might be in the lawyer's not unimportant opinion. But sitting in front of him and taken by surprise by his dismissal, Kay would be able easily to infer everything he wanted from the lawyer's face and behavior. Even if he could not be induced to say very much, it was not even of the question that Kay might, after all, be persuaded that it would be best to leave his defense to the lawyer and withdraw his dismissal. As usual, There was at first no response to Kay's ring at the door. Lenny could be a bit quicker, thought Kay, but he could at least be glad there was nobody else interfering, as usually happened, be it the man in his nightshirt or anyone else who might bother him. As Kay pressed on the button for the second time, he looked back at the other door, but this time it too remained closed. At last, two eyes appeared at the spy hatch in the lawyer's door, although they weren't Lenny's eyes. Someone unlocked the door, but kept himself pressed against it as he called back inside, "It's him!" And only then did he open the door properly. Kay pushed against the door, as behind him he could already hear the key being hurriedly turned in the lock of the door to the other flat. When the door in front of him finally opened, he stormed straight into the hallway. Through the corridor which led between the rooms he saw Lenny, to whom the warning cry of the door opener had been directed, still running away in her nightshirt. He looked at her for a moment and then looked around at the person who had opened the door. It was a small, wizened man with a full beard. He held a candle in his hands. "Do you work here?" asked Kay. "No," answered the man. "I don't belong here at all. The lawyer is only representing me. I'm here on legal business." "Without your coat?" asked Kay, indicating the man's deficiency of dress with a gesture of his hands. "Oh, do forgive me," said the man, and he looked at himself in the light of the candle he was holding, as if he had not known about his appearance until then. "Is Lenny your lover?" asked Kay curtly. He had set his legs slightly apart. His hands, in which he held his hat, were behind his back. Merely by being in possession of a thick overcoat he felt his advantage over this thin little man. "Oh, God!" he said, and shocked, raised one hand in front of his face as if in defense. "No, no, no. What can you be thinking?" "You look honest enough," said Kay with a smile, "but come along anyway." Kay indicated with his hat which way the man was to go and let him go ahead of him. "What is you name then?" asked Kay on the way. "Block. I'm a business man," said the small man, twisting himself round as he thus introduced himself, although Kay did not allow him to stop moving. "Is that your real name?" asked Kay. "Of course it is," was the man's reply. "Why do you doubt it?" "I thought you might have some reason to keep your name secret," said Kay. He felt himself as much at liberty as is normally only felt in foreign parts when speaking with people of lower standing, keeping everything about himself to himself, speaking only casually about the interest of the other, able to raise him to a level above one's own, but also able at will to let him drop again. Kay stopped at the door of the lawyer's office, opened it, and to the business man, who had obediently gone ahead, called, "Not so fast, bring some light here." Kay thought Lenny might have hidden in here. He let the businessman search in every corner, but the room was empty. In front of the picture of the judge, Kay took hold of the businessman's braces to stop him moving. "Do you know him?" he asked, pointing upwards with his finger. The businessman lifted the candle, blinked as he looked up, and said, "It's a judge." "An important judge?" asked Kay, and stood to the side and in front of the businessman so that he could observe what impression the picture had on him. The businessman, looking up in admiration, "He's an important judge." "You don't have much insight," said Kay. "He is the lowest of the lowest examining judges." "I remember now," said the businessman, as he lowered the candle. "That's what I've already been told." "Well, of course you have," called out Kay. I'd forgotten about it. Of course you would already have been told. But why? Asked the businessman as he moved forward towards the door, propelled by the hands of Kay. Outside in the corridor, Kay said, "You know where Linny's hidden, do you?" "Hidden?" said the businessman. "No, but she might be in the kitchen, cooking soup for the lawyer." "Why didn't you say that immediately?" asked Kay. "I was going to take you there, but you called me back again," answered the businessman, as if confused by the contradictory commands. "You think you're very clever, don't you?" said Kay. "Now take me there." Kay had never been in the kitchen. It was surprisingly big and very well equipped. The stove alone was 3 times bigger than normal stoves, but it was not possible to see any detail behind this, as the kitchen was at the time illuminated by no more than a small lamp hanging by the entrance. At the stove stood Lenny in a white apron, as always, breaking eggs into a pot, standing on a spirit lamp. "Good evening,
Good evening,
Joseph," she
Joseph,
said with a glance
said with a glance
sideways.
sideways.
"Good evening,"
Good
said
evening,
Kay,
said Kay,
pointing with one
pointing
hand to a
one hand
chair
to a chair
in a corner
in a
which the
corner which the
businessman was to sit
businessman
on,
was to sit
and
on,
he did
and
indeed
he
sit
did
down on
indeed
it.
sit down on it.
Kay, however,
Kay,
went very
however, went very
close
close
behind Lenny's back,
Lenny's back,
leaned over her shoulder,
over
and
her
asked,
shoulder, and asked,
"Who is this
"Who is
man?"
this?"
Lenny put one
Lenny
hand
put
around
one hand
Kay.
around
As
Kay
she stirred
as
the
she
soup
stirred the
with the
soup
other,
with the
she
other.
drew him in
Drew him in
forward towards
forward
herself and
towards
said,
herself
"He's a
and
pitiful
a
character.
pitiful character.
A poor
A poor
businessman by the name
businessman
of
by the
Block.
name of Block.
Just look at him."
Just look at him.
The two of them
The
looked
two of
back
them
over
looked
their
back over their
shoulders. The
shoulders.
businessman
The
was sitting on the
businessman was
chair
sitting on
that
the chair
Kay
that
had
Kay
directed him
had
to.
directed him to.
He had
He
extinguished
had
the candle,
extinguished the
whose
candle,
light was no
whose
longer
light was no
needed,
longer
and
needed,
pressed on the wick with
pressed on
his
the wick
finger to
with his
stop the
finger to
smoke.
stop the smoke.
"You were
"You
in your
were in your
nightshirt," said
nightshirt,"
Kay,
said
putting
Kay,
his hand
putting his
on her
hand
head
on her
and
head
turning it
and
back
turning
towards
it
the
back towards
stove.
the stove.
She was silent.
Silent.
"Is he your lover?" asked Kay. She was about to take hold of the pot of soup, but Kay took both her hands and said, "Answer me." She said, "Come into the office. I'll explain everything to you." "No," said Kay. "I want you to explain it here." She put her arms around him and wanted to kiss him. Kay, though, pushed her away and said, "I don't want you to kiss me now." "Joseph," said Lenny, looking at Kay imploringly but frankly in the eyes, "you're not going to be jealous of Mr. Block now, are you?" "Rudy,"
Rudy.
she then said, turning to the businessman, "help me out, will you? I'm being suspected of something. You can see that. Leave the candle alone." It had looked as though Mr. Block had not been paying attention, but he had been following closely. "I don't even know why you might be jealous," he said ingenuously. "Nor do I, actually," said Kay, looking at the businessman with a smile. Lenny laughed out loud, and while Kay was not paying attention, took the opportunity of embracing him and whispering, leave him alone. Now, you can see what sort of person he is. I've been helping him a little bit, because he's an important client of the lawyer's. No other reason. And what about you? Do you want to speak to the lawyer at this time of day? He's very unwell today, but if you want, I'll tell him you're here. But you can certainly spend the night with me. It's so long since you were last here. Even the lawyer has been asking about you. Don't neglect your case. And I've got some things to tell you that I've learned about. But now, before anything else, take your coat off." She helped him off with his coat, took the hat off his head, ran with the things into the hallway to hang them up. Then she ran back and saw to the soup. "Do you want me to tell him you're here straight away, or take him his soup first?" "Tell him I'm here first," said Kay. He was in a bad mood. He had originally intended a detailed discussion of his business with Lenny, especially the question of his giving the lawyer notice, but now he no longer wanted to because of the presence of the businessman. Now he considered his affair too important to let this little businessman take part in it and perhaps change some of his decisions. And so he called Lenny back, even though she was already on her way to the lawyer. "Bring him his soup first," he said. "I want him to get his strength up for the discussion with me. He'll need it." "You're a client of the lawyer's too, aren't you?" said the businessman quietly from his corner, as if he were trying to find this out. It was not, however, taken well. "What business is that of yours?" said Kay, and Lenny said, "Will you be quiet? I'll take him his soup first, then, shall I?" And she poured the soup into a dish. "The only worry, then, is that he might go to sleep soon after he's eaten." "What I've got to say to him will keep him awake," said Kay, who still wanted to intimate that he intended some important negotiations with the lawyer. He wanted Lenny to ask him what it was and only then to ask her advice. But instead, she just promptly carried out the order he had given her. When she went over to him with the dish, she deliberately brushed against him and whispered, "I'll tell him you're here as soon as he's eaten the soup, so that I can get you back as soon as possible." "Just go," Kay said. "Just go. Be a bit more friendly," she said, and still holding the dish, turned completely round once more in the doorway. Kay watched her as she went. The decision had finally been made that the lawyer was to be dismissed. It was probably better that he had not been able to discuss the matter any more with Lenny beforehand. She hardly understood the complexity of the matter. She would certainly have advised him against it, and perhaps would even have prevented him from dismissing the lawyer this time. He would have remained in doubt and unease, and eventually have carried out his decision after a while anyway, as this decision was something he could not avoid. The sooner it was carried out, the more harm would be avoided. And, moreover, perhaps the businessman had something to say on the matter. Kate turned round. The businessman hardly noticed it was he was about to stand up. "Stay where you are," said Kay, and pulled up a chair beside him. "Have you been a client of the lawyer's for a long time?" asked Kay. "Yes," said the businessman, "a very long time." "How many years has he been representing you so far, then?" asked Kay. "I don't know how you mean," said the businessman. "He's been my business lawyer. I buy and sell cereals. He's been my business lawyer since I took the business over, and that's about 20 years now. But perhaps you mean my own trial, and he's been representing me in that since it started, and that's been more than 5 years. Yes, well over 5 years," he then added, pulling out an old briefcase. "I've got everything written down. I can tell you the exact dates if you like. It's so hard to remember everything. Probably my trial's been going on much longer than that. It started soon after the death of my wife, and that's been more than 5.5 years now." Kay moved in closer to him. "So the lawyer takes an ordinary legal business, does he asked. This combination of criminal and commercial business seemed surprisingly reassuring for Kay. "Oh, yes," said the businessman, and then he whispered, "they even say he's more efficient in jurisprudence than he is in other matters." But then he seemed to regret saying this, and he laid a hand on Kay's shoulder and said, "Please don't betray me to him, will you?" Kay patted this thigh to reassure him, and said, "No, I don't betray people. He can be so vindictive, you see," said the businessman. "I'm sure he won't do anything against such a faithful client as you," said Kay. "Oh, he might do," said the businessman. "When he gets cross it doesn't matter who it is, and anyway, I'm not really faithful to him." "How's that, then?" asked Kay. "I'm not sure I should tell you about it," said the businessman hesitantly. "I think it'll be all right," said Kay. "Well, then," said the businessman, "I'll tell you about some of it. But you'll have to tell me a secret, too. Then we can support each other with the lawyer." "You are very careful," said Kay, but I'll tell you a secret that will set your mind completely at ease. Now tell me, in what way have you been unfaithful to the lawyer?" "I've," said the businessman hesitantly, in a tone as if he were confessing something dishonorable, "I've taken on another lawyer besides him." "That's not serious," said Kay, a little disappointed. "It is." "Here?" said the businessman, who had had some difficulty breathing since making his confession, but who now, after hearing Kay's comment, began to feel more trust for him. "That's not allowed, and it's allowed least of all to take on petty lawyers when you've already got a proper one, and that's just what I've done. Besides him, I've got 5 petty lawyers." "5!" exclaimed Kay, astonished at this number. "5 lawyers beside the one?" The
The
businessman
businessman
nodded.
nodded.
"I'm
"I'm
even
even
negotiating with the
negotiating with the
6th
sixth
one."
one.
"But
But
why do
why
you
do you
need
need
so
so
many
many
lawyers?"
lawyers?"
asked
asked
Kay.
Kay.
"I need all
"All
of
of
them,"
them,"
said the
said the
businessman.
businessman.
"Would
"Would
you
you
mind
mind
explaining
explaining
that
that
to
to
me?"
me?"
asked
asked
Kay.
Kay.
"I'd
"I'd
be
be
glad
glad
to,"
to,"
said the
said the
businessman.
businessman.
"Most
"Most
of
of
all,
all,
I
I
don't
don't
want to
want to
lose
lose
my
my
case."
case."
"Well,
"Well,
that's
that's
obvious.
obvious.
So
So
that
that
means
means
I
I
mustn't
mustn't
neglect
neglect
anything
anything
that
that
might
might
be
be
of
of
use
use
to
to me,
me, even if
even
there's
if
very
there's
little
very
hope
little
of a
hope of a
particular
particular
thing
thing
being of any
being of any
use. I
use.
can't just
I
throw it
can't just throw it
away.
away.
So
So
everything I
everything I
have I've
have,
put
I've
to
put
use in my
in my
case.
case.
I've taken
I've taken
all the money
all the
out of
money
my
out of my
business, for
business. For
example.
example,
The
the
offices for my
offices for my
business used to
business
occupy
occupy
nearly a
nearly
whole
a whole
floor, but
floor, but
now
now
all I need is
all
a
I need
little
is a
room
little
at the
room at
back
the
where I
back
work
where I
with one
work with one
apprentice.
apprentice.
It wasn't
It
just
wasn't
using
just
up the
using up the
money
money
that caused
that
the
caused the
difficulty, of
difficulty. Of
course.
course,
It was
it
much
was
more
much
to
more
do with
to do
me
with
not
me
working
not
at the
working at the
business
business
as much as
as
I
much as
used
I
to.
used to.
If you
If
want to
you
do
want to do
something about your
something about your
trial,
trial,
you don't have
you don't
much
have
time
much
for
time
anything
for anything
else.
else.
So you're
So
also
you're
working
also
at the
working
court
at the court
yourself?"
yourself.
asked Kay.
Hey,
"That's just what
it's
I
just
want to
what I
learn
want to
more
learn more
about.
about.
I can't
I
tell
can't
you very
tell you
much
very
about
much
that,"
about that,
said the businessman.
businessman.
"At
At
first,
first,
I tried
I
to do
tried
that
to do
too,
that
but
too,
I
but
soon
I
had to
soon
give it
had to
up
give it up
again.
again.
It wears
It
you out
wears
too
you out
much,
too much.
and it's really
It's
not
really
much
not much.
use." And it turned out
It
to be
turned out to
quite
be quite
impossible to work
impossible
there
to work there
yourself
yourself
and to
and to
negotiate, at
negotiate,
least for
at
me
least
it
for me
was.
it was.
It's a
It's a
heavy
heavy
strain
strain
there just
there, just
sitting
sitting
and waiting.
and
You
waiting.
know
You know
yourself what
yourself
the
what
air
the
is
air
like in
is
these
like in these
offices.
offices.
"How do you know I've been there, then?" asked
How do you,
Kay. "I was in the waiting room myself when you went through." "What a
what a
coincidence
coincidence
that
that
is!"
is,
exclaimed
exclaimed
Kay,
Kay,
totally
totally
engrossed and
engrossed and
forgetting
forgetting
how
how
ridiculous
ridiculous
the
the
businessman
businessman
had
had
seemed to
seemed to
him
him
earlier.
earlier.
"So
So
you
you
saw
saw
me?
me?
You were
You
in
were
the
in the
waiting
waiting
room
room
when I
when I
went
went
through?"
through.
"Yes,
Yes,
I
I
did
did
go
go
through
through
it
it
one
one
time."
time.
"It
It
isn't
isn't
such a
such a
big
big
coincidence,"
coincidence,
said the
said the
businessman.
businessman.
"I'm
I'm
there
there
nearly
nearly
every
every
day.
day.
I
I
expect
expect
I'll
I'll
have to
have to
go
go
there
there
quite
quite
often
often
myself
myself
now,"
now,
said
said
Kay.
Kay.
"Although
Although
I
I
can
can
hardly
hardly
expect to
expect to
be
be
shown the
shown the
same
same
respect
respect
as
as
I
I
was then." They all stood up for me. They
they
must
must
have
have
thought
thought
I
I
was a
was a
judge.
judge.
"No,"
No,
said the
said the
businessman.
businessman.
"We
We
were
were
greeting the
greeting the
servant
servant
of the
of the
court.
court.
We
We
knew
knew
you
you
were
were
a
a
defendant.
defendant.
That
That
sort
sort
of
of
news
news
spreads
spreads
very
very
quickly."
quickly.
"So
So
you
you
already
already
knew
knew
that
that
about
about
me,"
me,
said Kay. "The way I behaved must have seemed very arrogant
said
to you. Did you criticize me for it afterwards?" "No," said the businessman, "quite the
the opposite.
opposite. That
That
was
was
just
just
stupidity."
stupidity.
"What do you mean, stupidity?" asked
Asked
Kay.
Kay.
"Why are you asking about it?" said
Said
the
the
businessman,
businessman
in
in
some
some
irritation. "You still
still
don't
don't
seem
seem
to
to
know
know
the
the
people
people
there,
there,
and
and
you
you
might
might
take
take
it
it
wrong.
wrong.
Don't
Don't
forget,
forget,
in proceedings like this, there are always lots of different things coming up to talk about. Things that
that
you
you
just
just
can't
can't
understand
understand
with
with
reason
reason
alone.
alone.
You just get too tired and distracted for most things, and so, instead, people rely on superstition. I'm talking about the others, but I'm no better myself. One of these superstitions, for example, is that you can learn a lot about the outcomes of a defendant's case by looking at his face, especially
Especially
the
the
shape
shape
of
of
his
his
lips.
lips.
There are lots who believe
Believe
that,
that,
and
and
they
they
said
said
they
they
could
could
see
see
from
from
the
the
shape
shape
of
of
your
your
lips
lips
that
that
you'd
you'd
definitely
definitely
be
be
found
found
guilty
guilty
very
very
soon.
soon.
I
I
repeat
repeat
that
that
all
all
this
this
is
is
just
just
a
a
ridiculous
ridiculous
superstition,
superstition,
and
and
in
in
most
most
cases,
cases,
it's
it's
completely
completely
disproved
disproved
by
by
the
the
facts,
facts.
but
But
When you live in that society, it's hard to hold yourself back from beliefs like that. Just think how much effect that superstition can have. You spoke to one of them there, didn't you? He was hardly able to give you an answer. There are lots of things that can make you confused, of course, but one of them, for him, was the appearance of your lips. He told us all later he thought he could see something in your lips that meant he'd be convicted himself. On my lips? Asked Kay, pulling out a pocket mirror and examining himself. I can see nothing special about my lips. Can you? Nor can I, said the businessman. Nothing at all. These people are so superstitious, exclaimed Kay. Isn't that what I just told you? Asked the businessman. Do you then have that much contact with each other, exchanging each other's opinions? Said Kay. I've kept myself completely apart so far. They don't normally have much contact with each other, said the businessman. That would be impossible. There are so many of them. And they don't have much in common either. If a group of them ever thinks they have found something in common, it soon turns out they were mistaken. There's nothing you can do as a group where the court's concerned. Each case is examined separately. The court is very painstaking. So there's nothing to be achieved by forming into a group. Only sometimes an individual will achieve something in secret, and it's only when that's been done the others learn about it. Nobody knows how it was done, so there's no sense of togetherness. You meet people now and then in the waiting rooms, but we don't talk much there. The superstitious belief were established a long time ago, and they spread all by themselves. I saw those gentlemen in the waiting room, said Kay. It seemed so pointless for them to be waiting in that way. Waiting is not pointless, said the businessman. It's only pointless if you try and interfere yourself. I told you just now I've got 5 lawyers beside this one. You might think I thought it myself at first. You might think I could leave the whole thing entirely up to them now. That would be entirely wrong. I can leave it up to them less than when I had just one. Maybe you don't understand that, do you? No, said Kay, and to slow the businessman down, who had been speaking too fast, he laid his hand on the businessman to reassure him. But I'd like just to ask you to speak a little more slowly. These are many very important things to me, and I can't follow exactly what you're saying. You're quite right to remind me of that, said the businessman. You are new to all this, a junior. Your trial is 6 months old, isn't it? Yes, I've heard about it. Such a new case, but I've already thought all these things through countless times. To me, they're the most obvious things in the world. You must be glad your trial has already progressed so far, aren't you? Asked Kay. He did not wish to ask directly how the businessman's affairs stood, but received no clear answer anyway. Yes, I've been working at my trial for 5 years now, said the businessman, as his head sank. That's no small achievement. Then he was silent for a while. Kay listened to hear whether Lenny was on her way back. On the other hand, he did not want her to come back too soon, as he still had many questions to ask, and did not want her to find him in the intimate discussion with the businessman. But on the other hand, it irritated him that she stayed so long with the lawyer when Kay was there, much longer than she needed to give him his soup. I still remember it exactly. The businessman began again, and Kay immediately gave him his full attention. When my case was as old as yours is now, I only had this one lawyer at the time, and I wasn't very satisfied with him. Now I'll find out everything, thought Kay, nodding vigorously, as if he could thereby encourage the businessman to say everything worth knowing. My case, the businessman continued, didn't move on at all. There were some hearings that took place, and I went to every one of them, collected materials, handed all my business books to the court, which I later found was entirely unnecessary. I ran back and forth to the lawyer, and He submitted various documents to the court, too. Various documents? Asked Kay. Yes, that's right, said the businessman. That's very important for me, said Kay. In my case, he's still working on the first set of documents. He still hasn't done anything. I see now that he's been neglecting me quite disgracefully. There can be lots of good reasons why the first documents still aren't ready, said the businessman. And anyway, it turned out later on that the ones he submitted for me were entirely worthless. I even read one of them myself. One of the officials at the court was very helpful. It was very learned, but it didn't actually say anything. Most of all, there were lots of Latin, which I can't understand, then pages and pages of general appeals to the court, then lots of flattery for particular officials. They weren't named, these officials, but anyone familiar with the court must have been able to guess who they were. Then there was self-praise by the lawyer, where he humiliated himself to the court in a way that was downright dog-like. And then endless investigations of cases from the past, which were supposed to be similar to mine, although, as far as I was able to follow them, these investigations had been carried out very carefully. Now, I don't mean to criticize the lawyer's work with all of this, and the documents I read was only one of many, but even so, and this is something I will say, at that time I couldn't see any progress in my trial at all. And what sort of progress had you been hoping for? Asked Kay. That's a very sensible question, said the businessman, with a smile. It's only very rare that you see any progress in these proceedings at all. But I didn't know that then. I'm a businessman, much more in those days than now. I wanted to see some tangible progress. It should have all been moving to some conclusion, or at least should have been moving on in some way according to these rules, instead of which there were just more hearings, and most of them went through the same things anyway. I had all the answers off pat, like in a church service. There were messengers from the court coming to me at work several times a week, or they came to me at home, or anywhere else they could find me, and that was very disturbing, of course, but at least now things are better in that respect. It's much less disturbing when they contact you by telephone. And rumors about my trial even started to spread among some of the people I do business with, and especially my relations, so I was being made to suffer in many different ways. But there was still not the slightest sign that even the first hearing would take place soon, so I went to the lawyer and complained about it. He explained it all to me at length, but refused to do anything I asked for. No one has any influence on the way the trial proceeds, he said. To try and insist on it in any of the documents submitted, like I was asking, was simply unheard of, and would do harm to both him and me. I thought to myself, what this lawyer can't or won't do, any lawyer will. So I looked round for other lawyers, and before you say anything, none of them asked for a definite date for the main trial. None of them got one, and anyway, apart from one exception, which I'll talk about in a minute, it really isn't possible that one thing this lawyer didn't mislead me about, but besides, I had no reason to regret turning to other lawyers. Perhaps you've already heard how Dr. Hould talks about the petty lawyers. He probably made them sound very contemptible to you. And he's right, they are contemptible. But when he talks about them and compares them with himself and his colleagues, there's a small error running through what he says. And just for your interest, I'll tell you about it. When he talks about the lawyers he mixes with, he sets them apart by calling them the great lawyers. That's wrong. Anyone can call himself great if he wants to, of course. But in this case, only the usage of the court can make that distinction, you see. The court says that besides the petty lawyers, there are also minor lawyers and great lawyers. This one and his colleagues are only minor lawyers, and the difference in rank between them and the great lawyers who I've only ever heard about and never seen is incomparably greater than between the minor lawyers and the despised petty lawyers." "The great lawyers?" asked Kay. "Who are they, then? How do you contact them?" "You've never heard about them, then?" said the business man. "There's hardly anyone who's been accused who doesn't spend a lot of time daydreaming about the great lawyers once he's heard about them. It's best if you don't let yourself be misled in that way. I don't know who the great lawyers are, and there's probably no way of contacting them. I don't know of any case I can talk about with certainty where they've taken any part. They do defend a lot of people, but you can't get a hold of them by your own efforts. They only defend those who want to defend, and I don't suppose they ever take on cases that haven't already got past the
I
lower
don't.
courts. Anyway, it's best not to think about them, as if you do it makes the discussion with other lawyers, all their advice, and all they do manage to achieve seem so unpleasant and useless. I had that experience myself, just wanted to throw everything away and lay at home in bed and hear nothing more about it. But that, of course, would be the stupidest thing you could do, and you wouldn't be left in peace in bed for very long either." "So you weren't thinking about the great lawyers at that time?" asked Kay. "Not for very long," said the business man, and smiled again. "You can't forget about them entirely, I'm afraid, especially in the night when these thoughts come so easily. But I wanted immediate results in those days, so I went to the petty lawyers." "Well, look at you,
Well,
sat
look at
huddled
you,
together,"
sat
called
huddled
Lenny,
together, called
as she
Lenny,
came back with the
as she
dish
came
and
back
stood
with
in
the
the
dish and
hallway.
stood in the
They
hallway.
were indeed
They were
sat
indeed
close together.
sat
If
close
either of them
together. If
turned his
either of
head
them turned his head
even slightly,
even
it would have knocked
slightly, it
against
would
the
have knocked
others.
against the
The
others.
businessman
The
was not
businessman
only very
was not
small,
only
but
very
also
small,
sat
but
hunched
also sat
down,
hunched
so
down,
that Kay was
so
also
that Kay was
forced to bend
also
down
forced
low
to bend
if
down
he wanted
low.
to hear everything.
Wanted to hear everything.
"Not quite yet,"
Not
called out
quite
Kay,
yet, called out
to
Kay.
turn Lenny
Turned
away,
me
his
away,
hand
his hand
still resting on the
still resting
businessman's
on the
hand,
businessman's
twitching
hand,
with impatience.
with
"He
impatience.
wanted me to tell him
Did
about
me
my
to tell him
trial,"
about my
said the
trial,
businessman
said
to
the
Lenny.
business.
"Carry on, then, carry
Carry
on,"
on then,
she
carry on,
said. She
she
spoke
said.
to the businessman
Spoke
with
to the
affection,
businessman with
but
affection,
at the
but
same time
at the
with
same time with
condescension.
condescension.
Kay did not like that.
He did not like
He had begun to learn that the man was of some value after all. He had experience at least, and he was willing to share it. Lenny was probably wrong about him. He watched her in irritation as Lenny now took the candle from the businessman's hand, which he had been holding on to all this time, wiped his hand with her apron, and then knelt beside him to scratch off some wax that had dripped from the candle onto his trousers. "You were about to tell me about the petty lawyers," said Kay, shoving Lenny's hand away with no further comment. "What's wrong with you today?" asked Lenny, tapped him gently, and carried on with what she had been doing. "Yes, the petty
petty
lawyers,"
lawyers,
said
said
the
the businessman,
businessman, putting his hand
hand
to
to
his
his
brow
brow
as
as
if
if
thinking
thinking
hard.
hard.
Kay
Kay
wanted
wanted
to
to
help
help
him
him
and
and
said,
said,
"You wanted immediate results, and so went to the petty lawyers." "Yes, that's right," and the businessman did not continue with what he'd been saying. "Maybe he doesn't want to speak about it in front of Lenny," thought Kay, suppressing his impatience to hear the rest straight away, and stopped trying to press him. "Have you told him I'm here?" he asked Lenny. "Course I have," she said. "He's waiting for you. Leave Block alone now. You can talk to Block later. He'll still be here." Kay still hesitated. "You'll still be here?" he asked the businessman, wanting to hear the answer from him, and not wanting Lenny to speak about the businessman as if he weren't there. He was full of secret resentment towards Lenny today. And once more it was only Lenny who answered, "He often sleeps here." "He sleeps here!" exclaimed Kay. He had thought the businessman would just wait there for him while he quickly settled his business with the lawyer, and then they would leave together to discuss everything thoroughly and undisturbed. Yes, said Lenny. Not everyone's like you, Joseph, allowed to see the lawyer at any time you like. Don't even seem surprised that the lawyer, despite being ill, still receives you at 11 o'clock at night. You take it far too much for granted what your friends do for you. Well, your friends, or at least I do, we like to do things for you. I don't want or need any more thanks than that you're fond of me. Fond of you, thought Kay at first, and only then it occurred to him. Well, yes, I'm fond of her. None the less, what he said, forgetting all the rest, was, he receives me because I am his client. If I needed anyone else's help, I'd have to beg and show gratitude whenever I do anything. He's really nasty today, isn't he? Lenny asked the businessman. Now it's me who's not here, thought Kay, and nearly lost his temper with the businessman when, with the same rudeness as Lenny, he said, the lawyer also has other reasons to receive him. His case is much more interesting than mine, and it's only in its early stages, too. It probably hasn't progressed very far, so the lawyer still likes to deal with him. That'll all change later on. Yeah, yeah, said Lenny, looking at the businessman and laughing. He doesn't have talk, she said, turning to face Kay. You can't believe a word he says. He's as talkative as he is sweet. Maybe that's why the lawyer can't stand him. At least he only sees him when he is in the right mood. I've already tried to change that, but it's impossible. Just think. There are times when I tell him Block's here and he doesn't receive him until 3 days later. And if Block isn't on the spot when he's called, then everything's lost and it all has to start all over again. That's why I let Block sleep here. It wouldn't be the first time Dr. Hood was wanted to see him in the night. So now Block is ready for that. Sometimes when he knows Block is still here, he'll even change his mind about letting him in to see him. Kay looked questioningly at the businessman. The latter nodded, and although he had spoken quite openly with Kay earlier, seemed to be confused with shame as he said, Yes, later on you become very dependent on your lawyer. He's only pretending to mind, said Lenny. He likes to see Perilli. He often said so. She went over to a little door and shoved it open. Do you want to see his bedroom? She asked Kay. Kay went over to the low, windowless room and looked in from the doorway. The room contained a narrow bed which filled it completely, so that to get into bed you would need to climb over the bedpost. At the head of the bed there was a niche in the wall where, fastidiously tidy, stood a candle and a bottle of ink and a pen with a bundle of papers which were probably to do with the trial. You sleep in the maid's room? Asked Kay, as he went back to the businessman. Linny's let me have it, answered the businessman. It has many advantages. Kay looked long at him. This first impression of the businessman had perhaps not been right. He had experience at his trial, had already lasted a long time, but he had paid a very heavy price for this experience. Kay was suddenly unable to bear the sight of the businessman any longer. Bring him to bed, then, he called out to Lenny, who seemed to understand him. For himself, he wanted to go to the lawyer and, by dismissing him, free himself from not only the lawyer but also from Lenny and the businessman. But before he had reached the door the businessman spoke to him gently. Excuse me, sir, he said, and Kay looked round crossly. You've forgotten your promise, said the businessman, stretching his hand out to Kay, imploring from where he sat. You were going to tell me a secret. That is true, said Kay, as he glanced at Lenny, who was watching him carefully, to check on her. So listen, it's hardly a secret now anyway. I'm going to see the lawyer now to sack him. He's sacking him, yelled the businessman, and he jumped up from his chair and round with the kitchen with his arms in the air. He kept on shouting, He's sacking his lawyer. Lenny tried to rush at Kay, but the businessman got in the way so that she shoved him away with her fist. Then, still with her hands balled into fist, she ran after Kay, who, however, had been given a long start. He was already inside the lawyer's room by the time Lenny caught up with him. He had almost closed the door behind himself, but Lenny held the door open with her foot, grabbed his arm, and tried to pull him back. But he put such pressure on her wrist, with a sigh she was forced to release him. She did not dare go into the room straight away, and Kay locked the door with the key. "I've been waiting for you a very long time," said the lawyer from his bed. He had been reading something by the light of a candle, but now he laid it on the bedside table and put his glasses on, looking at Kay sharply through them. Instead of apologizing, Kay said, "I'll be leaving again soon." As he had not apologized, the lawyer ignored what Kay said and replied, "I won't let you in this late again next time." "I find that quite acceptable," said Kay. The lawyer looked at him quizzically. "Sit down," he said. "As you wish," said Kay, drawing a chair up to the bedside table and sitting down. "It seemed to me that you locked the door," said the lawyer. "Yes," said Kay. "It was because of Lenny." He had no intention of letting anyone off lightly, but the lawyer asked him, was she being importunate again? "Importunate?" asked Kay. "Yes," said the lawyer, laughing as he did so, had a fit of coughing, and then, once it had passed, began to laugh again. "I'm sure you must have noticed how importunate she can be sometimes," he said, and patted Kay's hand, with which Kay had rested on the bedside table, and which he now snatched back. "You don't attach much importance to it, then?" said the lawyer, when Kay was silent. "So much the better. Otherwise I might have needed to apologize to you. It is a peculiarity of Lenny's. I've long since forgiven her for it, and I wouldn't be talking of it now, if you hadn't locked the door just now. Anyway, perhaps I should at least explain this peculiarity of hers to you. But you seem rather disturbed the way you're looking at me, and so that's why I'll do it. This peculiarity of hers consists in this: Lenny finds most of the accused attractive. She attaches herself to each of them, loves each of them, even seems to be loved by each of them. Then she sometimes entertains me by telling me about them, when I allow her to. I am not so astonished by all of this as you seem to be. If you look at them in the right way, the accused really can be attractive quite often. But that is a remarkable and to some extent scientific phenomenon. Being indicted does not cause any clear, precisely definable change in a person's appearance, of course. But it's not like with other legal matters. Most of them remain in their usual way of life, and if they have a good lawyer looking after them, the trial doesn't get in their way. But there are nonetheless those who have experience in these matters, who can look at a crowd, however big, and tell you which among them is facing a charge. How can they do that, you will ask? My answer will not please you. It is simply that those who are facing a charge are the most attractive. It cannot be their guilt that makes them attractive, as not all of them are guilty. At least that's what I, as a lawyer, have to say, or nor can it be the proper punishment that has made them attractive, as not all of them are punished, so it can only be that the proceedings leveled against them take some kind of hold of them. Whatever the reason, some of these attractive people are indeed very attractive, but all of them are attractive. Even Block, pitiful worm that he is, as the lawyer finished what he was saying, Kay was fully in control of himself. He had even nodded conspicuously at his last few words in order to confirm to him the view he had already formed, that the lawyer was trying to confuse him, as he always did. by making general and irrelevant observations and thus distract him from the main question of what he was actually doing for Kay's trial. The lawyer must have noticed that Kay was offering him more resistance than before as he became silent, giving Kay the chance to speak himself. And then, as Kay also remained silent, he asked, "Do you have a particular reason for coming to see me today?" "Yes," said Kay, putting his hand up to slightly shade his eyes from the light of the candle so that he could see the lawyer better. "I wanted to tell you that I'm withdrawing my representation from you with immediate effect." "Do I understand you rightly?" asked the lawyer as he half raised himself in his bed and supported himself with one hand on the pillow. "I think you do," said Kay, sitting stiffly upright as if waiting in ambush. "Well, we can certainly discuss this plan of yours," said the lawyer after a pause. "It's not a plan any more." "That may be," said the lawyer, "but we still mustn't rush anything." He used the word "we" as if he had no intention of letting Kay go free, and as if, even if he could no longer represent him, he could still at least continue as his adviser. "Nothing is being rushed," said Kay, standing slowly up and going behind his chair. "Everything has been well thought out and probably even for too long. The decision is final." "Then allow me to say a few words," said the lawyer, throwing the bed cover to one side and sitting on the edge of the bed. His naked, white-haired legs shivered in the cold. He asked Kay to pass him a blanket from the couch. Kay passed him the blanket and said, "You are running the risk of catching cold for no reason." "The circumstances are important enough," said the lawyer as he wrapped the bed cover around the top half of his body and then the blanket around his legs. "Your uncle is my friend, and in the course of time I've become fond of you as well. I admit that quite openly. There's nothing in that for me to be ashamed of." It was very unwelcome for Kay to hear the old man speak in this touching way, as it forced him to explain himself more fully, which he would rather have avoided, and he was aware that it also confused him, even though it could never make him reverse his decision. "Thank you for feeling so friendly towards me," he said. "And I also realize how deeply involved you've been in my case, as deeply as for yourself, and to bring as much advantage as possible to me. Nonetheless, I have recently come to the conviction that it is not enough. I would naturally never attempt, considering that you are so much older and more experienced than I am, to convince you of my opinion. If I have ever unintentionally done so, then I beg your forgiveness, but, as you have just said yourself, the circumstances are important enough, and it is my belief that my trial needs to be approached with much more vigor than it has been so far." "I see," said the lawyer, "you've become impatient." "I am not impatient," said Kay, with some irritation, and he stopped paying so much attention to his choice of words. "When I first came here with my uncle, you probably noticed I wasn't greatly concerned about my case, and if I wasn't reminded of it by force, as it were, I would forget about it completely. But my uncle insisted I should allow you to represent me, and I did so as to favor to him. I could have expected the case to be less of a burden than it has been, as the point of taking on a lawyer is that he should take on some of its weight. But that what actually happened was the opposite. Before the trial was never such a worry for me as it has been since you've been representing me. When I was by myself I never did anything about my case. I was hardly aware of it. But then, once there was someone representing me, everything was set for something to happen. I was always, without cease, waiting for you to do something, getting more and more tense. But you did nothing. I did get some information about the court from you that I probably could not have got anywhere else. But that can't be enough when the trial, supposedly in secret, is getting closer and closer to me. Kay had pushed the chair away and stood erect, his hands in his pockets of his frock coat. After a certain point in the proceedings, said the lawyer quietly and calmly, "Nothing new of any importance ever happens. So many litigants at the same stage in their trial have stood before me just like you are now, and spoken in the same way." "Then these other litigants," said Kay, "have all been right, just as I am. That does not show that I am not." "I wasn't trying to show that you were mistaken," said the lawyer, "but I wanted to add that I expected better judgment from you than from the others, especially as I've given you more insight into the workings of the court and my own activities than I normally do. And now I'm forced to accept that, despite everything, you have too little trust in me. You didn't make it easy for me." How the lawyer was humiliating himself to Kay. He was showing no regard for the dignity of his position, which on this point must have been at its most sensitive. And why did he do that? He did seem to be very busy as a lawyer as well as a rich man. Neither the loss of income nor the loss of a client could have been of much importance to him in themselves. He was moreover unwell, and should have been thinking of passing work on to others. And despite all that, he held on tightly to Kay. Why? Was it something personal for his uncle's sake, or did he really see Kay's case as one that was exceptional and hoped to be able to distinguish himself with it, either for Kay's sake or, and this possibility could never be excluded, for his friends at the court? It was not possible to learn anything by looking at him. Even though Kay was scrutinizing him quite brazenly, it could almost be supposed he was deliberately hiding his thoughts, as he waited to see what effect his words would have. But he clearly deemed Kay's silence to be favorable for himself, and he continued, "You will have noticed the size of my office, but that I don't employ any staff to help me. That used to be quite different. There was a time when several young lawyers were working for me, but now I work alone. This is partly to do with changes in the way I do business, and that I concentrate nowadays more and more on matters such as your own case, and partly to do with the ever deeper understanding that I acquire from these legal matters. I found that I could never let anyone else deal with this sort of work unless I wanted to harm both the client and the job I had taken on. But the decision to do all the work myself had its obvious result. I was forced to turn almost everyone away who asked me to represent them, and could only accept those I was especially interested in. Well, there are enough creatures who leap up at every crumb I throw down, and they're not so very far away. Most importantly, I became ill from overwork. But despite that, I don't regret my decision. Quite possibly I should have turned more cases away than I did. But it did turn out to be entirely necessary for me to devote myself fully to the cases I did take on, and the successful results showed it was worth it. I once read a description of the difference between representing someone in ordinary legal matters and in legal matters of this sort, and the writer expressed it very well. This is what he said: "Some lawyers lead their clients on a thread until judgment is passed, but there are others who immediately lift their clients onto their shoulders and carry them all the way to the judgment and beyond. That's just how it is." But it was quite true when I said I never regret all this work. But if, as in your case, they are so fully misunderstood, well, then, I come very close to regretting it. All this talking did more to make Kay impatient than to persuade him. From the way the lawyer was speaking, Kay thought He could hear what he could expect if he gave in. The delays and excuses would have begin again. Reports of how the documents were progressing, how the mood of the court officials had improved, as well as all the enormous difficulties. In short, all that he had heard so many times before would be brought out against even more fully. He would try to mislead Kay with hopes that were never specified, and to make him suffer with threats that were never clear. He had to put a stop to that. So he said, "What will you undertake on my behalf if you continue to represent me?" The lawyer quietly accepted this insult question, and answered, "I shall continue with what I've already been doing for you." "That's just what I thought," said Kay, "and now you don't need to say another word. I will make one more attempt," said the lawyer, as if whatever had been making Kay so annoyed was affecting him too. "You see, I have the impression that you have not only misjudged the legal assistance I have given you, but also that misjudgment has led you to behave in this way. You seem, although you are the accused, to have been treated too well, or, to put it in a better way, handled with neglect, with apparent neglect. Even that has its reasons. It is often better to be in chains than to be free. But I would like to show you how other defendants are treated. Perhaps you will succeed in learning something from them. What I will do is I will call Block in, unlock the door, and sit down here beside the bedside table." "Be glad to," said Kay, and did as the lawyer suggested. He was always ready to learn something new, but to make sure of himself for any event, he added, "But you do realize that you are no longer to be my lawyer, don't you?" "Yes," said the lawyer, "but you can still change your mind today if you want to." He lay back down in the bed, pulled the quilt up to his chin, and turned to face the wall. Then he rang. Linny appeared almost the moment he had done so. She looked hurriedly at Kay and the lawyer to try and find out what had happened. She seemed to be reassured by the sight of Kay sitting calmly at the lawyer's bed. She smiled and nodded to Kay. Kay looked blankly back at her. "Fetch Block," said the lawyer. But instead of going to fetch him, Linny just went to the door and called out, "Block! To the lawyer!" Then, probably because the lawyer had turned his face to the wall and was paying no attention, she slipped in behind Kay's chair. From then on she bothered him by leaning forward over the back of the chair, or, albeit very tenderly and carefully, she would run her hands through his hair and over his cheeks. Kay eventually tried to stop her by taking hold of one hand, and after some resistance Linny let him keep hold of it. Block came as soon as he was called, but he remained standing in the doorway and seemed to be wondering whether he should enter or not. He raised his eyebrows and lowered his head, as if listening to find out whether the order to attend the lawyer would be repeated. Kay could have encouraged to enter, but he had decided to make a final break not only with the lawyer, but with everything in his home, so he kept himself motionless. Linny was also silent. Block noticed that at least no one was chasing him away, and on tiptoe he entered the room. His face was tense. His hands were clenched behind his back. He left the door open in case he needed to go back again. Kay did not even glance at him. He looked instead only at the thick quilt, under which the lawyer could not be seen, as he had squeezed up very close to the wall. Then his voice was heard. "Block here?" he asked. Block had already crept some way into the room, but this question seemed to give him first a shove in the breast, and then another in the back. He seemed about to fall, but remained standing, deeply bowed, and said, "At your service, sir." "What do you want?" asked the lawyer. "You've come at a bad time." "Wasn't I summoned?" asked Block, more to himself than the lawyer. He held his hand in front of himself as protection, and would have been ready to run away at any moment. You were summoned, but you have still come at it at a bad time. Then after a pause he added, you always come at a bad time. When the lawyer started speaking, Block had stopped looking at the bed, but stared rather into one of the corners, just listening, as if the light from the speaker were brighter than Block could bear to look at. But it was also difficult for him to listen, as the lawyer was speaking into the wall, and speaking quickly and quietly. "Would you like me to go away again, sir?" asked Block. "Will you hear now?" "Stay." It was as if the lawyer had not done as Block had wanted, but instead threatened him with a stick, as now Block really began to shake. "I went to see," said the lawyer, "the third judge yesterday, a friend of mine, and slowly brought the conversation round to the subject of you. Do you want to know what he said?" "Oh, yes, please," said Block. The lawyer did not answer immediately, so Block repeated his request and lowered his head as if about to kneel down, but then Kay spoke to him. "What do you think you're doing?" he shouted. Lenny had wanted to stop him from calling out, and so he took hold of her other hand. It was not love that made him squeeze it,